see, so I'm looking at the chat right now, and I've got 9 people. It's fluctuating between 10 and 9 people right now.
Cool. Screw it.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself on Zoom, and then we'll mute the music. Cool. All right, welcome to Nftmiami. We have.
You're muted.
I'm muted. On stream? I shouldn't be.
What happened?
1 second. Oh, no. I should be muted. Oh, actually, sorry. I muted myself on Zoom. I'm sorry. I realized that you need me to talk here. Okay. My bad, bro. Cool. So we sound good on stream. Nftmiami. We have our guest here, the founder of Artxcode, Sofia Garcia.
Hey, guys.
Cool. Just wanted to bring you here to talk a little bit about this space. You've been doing this for a while now, and you're absolutely killing it in the game. Could you talk a little bit about? Could you introduce Artxcode maybe?
Yeah, definitely. So Artxcode was really, it started off as a passion project of mine. Today I'm working with the leading generative artists in the space. I work with collectors, advising them, and I also advise a few different institutions getting into the NFT space. But it really all started off as an Instagram account, and I was really just trying to share the different generative artists that I was like, just generative art in general. I was like, who else is doing this? I got really into it. I was teaching it in Miami, and I just wanted to see who else was out there. So I started off as an Instagram account, trying to get more and more people together, kind of building that community. And in 2019, I did my first exhibition in New York at the Contemporary and Digital Art Fair, which has now been renamed the Crypto Digital Art Fair. And that was really what started it all. So I had a few different pieces from Tyler and Dimitri, Tyler Hobbs and Dimitri Cherniak. Both of them were artists that I really admired at the time, and I was just buying their work, and I was like, well, why don't I showcase it? And I did that. I ended up commissioning Dimitri to make some unique pieces for the show, and we ended up selling out the show. And after that, it was kind of like, oh, okay, I guess I sell artwork now, but I also had a full-time job at JP Morgan as a developer there. And so it was, the last few years I've been kind of like juggling this, like I lived like a double life of kind of like a digital art gallerist and a developer at a financial institution. And so, yeah, I ended up leaving JP Morgan this year. I joined their blockchain team, actually. They're one of on their founding team of the design strategy. And I left about a month ago, and now I'm doing this NFT thing full time as Artxcode. So yeah,
wow,
it's quite the ride, but really exciting.
Okay. So, wow, that's a lot to unpack. All right, so first off, congratulations that you were just able to leave that and pursue this, your second life full time.
Yeah.
Right, I'm sure
it's been an interesting shift, but I'm really happy about it.
There we go. Okay, so I guess unpacking some of that, you were at JPM. Were you like studying coding and stuff like that?
So, yes and no. So I had been studying art history at school and was working at a contemporary Chinese art gallery in Ironside in Miami.
Okay.
And I quickly realized that I was going to have no future in the traditional art world. It was just not sustainable in the slightest. And I happened to come across a free coding course, like serendipitously, Miami-Dade College actually was featuring this like free coding class. I saw the email and I was like, well, it's free, like why not? Let me go check it out. And so I did that, and it was absolutely like life-changing. I mean, for the first time, I actually started to see the person behind technology. I think before I used to see tech, different installations, and all of this stuff as just like omniscient, all-knowing. It just exists.
Yeah.
I never understood that like someone had to create it, and then I finally kind of I saw the person behind the tech, and that changed everything for me. I really started to see, computer generated artifacts, artwork, whatever you want to call it, from this like art historical lens, and it was really really cool. And also like at this macro level, you think about it, the computer hasn't even been around for 100 years, so everything we're creating with it is just so culturally significant. I became obsessed. I totally went down the deep end, and really got into the history of computer generated art, really looking into all of it. And then I went to a coding boot camp also after that, to kind of learn a little bit more. And during all of this time, someone was like, hey, you should take a look into generative art and processing. Look into processing.
Mm-hmm.
And that absolutely like blew my mind. So it was a lot of self learning on YouTube, a lot, especially in the generative art side of things. Dan Schiffman is the man. If you don't know what the coding train is the new name. Coding train of his YouTube channel. Get on there if you're ever interested in learning. He's the best. So yeah, I did study it, but I did not officially study it. I went to actually for like about a semester because they had coding class, and then I ended up getting a job offer at JP Morgan a little bit out of nowhere. So I had to kind of make the call, do I finish or do I go work? And so I just went to work. So yeah, a lot of it was also just like on the job training.
Oh wow. Okay. So you technically didn't finish college?
No.
Wow. All right.
It was kind of like a spend 6 figures, make 6 figures kind of argument, and it was pretty, at that point I was like, well,
I mean,
I'm down to go. Yeah.
that's a no-brainer. Like, come on.
Yeah, and it was also just so out of the blue. Someone that I had been making websites for people just like to make some extra money, and this client that I was working with applied for a job as like head of digital at the corporate investment bank. And during her interview, she brought me up like, oh, I know this girl, she designs, she codes. And the next thing I knew, I got a text message that was like, oh, I just referred you for a job at JP Morgan. And I was like, why? Why? Like, I was like, I don't know, I had like my own company, I was at school, I was working at a nonprofit, as like kind of like their head of education, doing all of the programming, like the curriculum, and I was pretty happy in Miami. But I had always wanted to live in New York, and I had just kind of accepted the fact that probably wasn't in the cards for me, and then it just landed in my lap. And so I had to run with it.
Wow, that's amazing. One, I guess that's a very Miami thing, right? That they just kind of like name dropped you in the interview kind of thing. That's always how these connections happen, I guess.
It was really cool.
You said you were like head of like a curriculum. Like what?
Mhm.
You were teaching what?
Creative coding.
Oh.
So there's a nonprofit in Miami called Code Art.
Mhm.
I'm on their advisory board now, and before then I was their director of education, because I was probably the only person in Miami at the time who was really into generative art in that way. Like I started teaching, helping out with Girls Who Code, and I started off by doing a workshop that I really just covered the history of generative art and creative coding for the girls, because I just wanted them to know about it. And then from there it kind of escalated, and I was chatting with Amy Renshaw, who's now she's the founder of Girls Who Code. Of Code Art, and there's another Maria. Like all these people got together and were like, we have to do it. And I was probably just like the most well equipped to take on that task. And so I came up with an entire curriculum for them for that first like 2 years. Really, we were just teaching girls how to make self-portraits with simple shapes, get those self-portraits then to react to audio, to animate, little things like that. And then we do a big competition every year. It's still going on. And yeah, like it was really fun to teach the girls, and we would let young boys come into the classroom too. And usually it was really nice to kind of like flip the script a little bit, where about like 98% of the students were girls, and then we had like that 2% of boys that were in the class, and then all the instructors were female. So it was really, really cool, and the girls loved it. I would do like 4-hour workshops on Sundays, and the parents were always like, what are you doing that my daughter's dragging me out of bed on a Sunday? But it was awesome, and the girls loved it, and I loved it. It was super fulfilling. And I still do workshops every now and then, and yeah.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of interesting. Like, I bet their parents were probably upset that they probably couldn't help their kids with their homework and things like that.
Oh no, they were just like, what's going on? Like, why is my daughter having so much fun doing some class on Sunday that I had to get out of bed early? Like, they were having so much fun, and that's like the best part, I think.
Dude.
Allowing them to like unlock their creativity in a different way they didn't think was possible.
That's awesome, and it's giving them, helping them learn skills that are gonna help them kill it in the future.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
like,
especially now.
especially now, right?
This is very much pre-NFT. We were just like, we'll teach you the fundamentals of computer science. Like,
Yeah.
this will get you to just be really good like software engineers at some point. But
Sure.
now it's like you can be a generative NFT artist.
Fuck it, right?
Yeah,
So have you heard anything cool from any alumni from any of those programs or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, like some of them are like going off to college now. They're all still very much into it. Some of the students are also like instructors now, which is really cool to see. I just love seeing like how their work has evolved over the last few years from what I have been able to get into because I was gone for the last few years in New York. But I saw some of the girls like in pictures, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. So a few of them are still into it, and that's great.
That's what's up, yeah. I also it's also really important what you're doing, like you mentioned, flipping the script because this very much is a boys' club. Tech really in general. And then past that, like you kind of even see it with say for example like the CryptoPunks, the floor on those is a lot of the female and people of color like punks, which is just like so it's definitely awesome what you're doing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part you think of like the crypto archetype and it's like, oh, this like white dude like really into it, but I think there are a lot of women in the scene that for the most part are just a little bit like under wraps. Like I was chatting with a curator today, and she has done so much for the space and is just she's like, I'm a behind the scenes girl, she's like, no one needs to know. And honestly, for the longest time, Artxcode, I was completely anonymous, like for the first few years. I mean, I started it in like 2016, 2015. It wasn't until probably last year, the year before, that I really started to be like, oh, I'm the person behind it. The first time I got invited to speak, someone invited me like over Instagram, and I met up with them at a coffee shop, and they were like, "Oh, you're the person behind Artxcode." I was like, "Yeah, me." And I always used to get messages from people like, "Hey, dude, like, thanks what you're doing. Like, this is so cool, super sick, bro. Like, you rock." I'm like, "Yeah," because like I don't know, I just like didn't want to. It is really interesting to like navigate the space as a woman. I mean, I think so far I really haven't had any bad experiences, but I was trying to limit the possibility of that in any capacity. So I was just like, yeah, Artxcode is just like anonymous. It's not me. It's just this entity. I guess it was like my own like anonymous creative outlet for the space for some time.
Sure. And I guess besides it being a boys' club, I'd imagine that sharing something like that, sharing art and stuff like that, it's kind of personal too, right?
Oh, super. But I do think that while this is a boys' club, you'll see, especially in the generative art community, some of like the larger community accounts like Creative Crypto Art, Creative Code Art, Artxcode too, like they're founded by women. I mean, Creative Code Art is another one, and that was started by Itzel Yard, and like another one of her friends. Itzel goes by IX Shells on like for her artist name, and she's also one of the highest selling female artists in the NFT space. But she's also a huge, like for the longest time, also behind the scenes just bringing people together. And so I think what we're seeing, like, a lot of women come into the space is kind of like, community builders, and it's just a different light, and we're not so, I feel like on Twitter mostly you get a lot of guys like constantly giving their hot takes, and like, it's like, oh, okay, like, that's their thing, and so they're more in your face. I think for the most part, women, we go out there, we say what we feel, but we're not so in your face about it.
Sure.
So they're there. We're definitely there in the crypto space, and we're moving and we're making things happen, but we're maybe not as, not so aggressive about it.
Sure. I saw something earlier in the chat. Who runs the world? Girls! That's who. Oh, actually, sorry. We got our first question, too. From Taco Gomez. What's going on?
Right.
Do you feel there are more women in the Artxcode community than the general coding community?
No, and I think I'm kind of, I was talking about this the other day, where I kind of feel like I'm not, I need to do better about that. I found, kind of going on to this thing where men are more likely to share their artwork, put their stuff out there. Women are a little bit more reserved. So for the most part, I have always come across mostly male artists, and so I tend to feature male artists, and I didn't really notice that, which is terrible. As like a woman, I didn't even notice that I was really only, like, my first show, 2 white men, you know what I mean? And like, didn't even think about it. And now I'm actively trying to find more women, and I'm doing it, but it's taken more effort, and I think that's the thing, where it's like you have to make an effort to do that, and so I've definitely showcased women before. I've promoted their work for sure, but I need to do my part, and definitely bring more women into the space. And so behind the scenes, again, kind of behind this, I find women, like, I have critiques with them. I hop on calls with them, walk through their work, and kind of just talk about it. So yeah, it's supporting in different ways, but I think I definitely need to do more to get more women out there, for sure.
Sure. Yeah. I think part of it also is just maybe realizing, like, kind of how programmed we are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're so programmed to, like, think a certain way that you don't think anything of it when your first show is 2 white dudes or something like that, right?
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, these guys are awesome, like, woohoo! And then, like, I think back on it, and it's like, oh man, like, I mean, I don't regret it. They're amazing, and they're 2 extremely talented, like, men, and like, there's also like this double-edged sword where it's like, I can't deny their talent just because they're 2 white men. I think that they're incredible, but I do have to make it a point to really get just like more women in there. I think I've experimented with different cultures, for sure. I think one of the first full NFT drops that we did was with Harshit Agrawal, and he's in India, and what I love so much about his work is he works in AI, and for the most part, a lot of people working in AI, you see them working with very Western data sets. So when AI, like neural networks, first started coming out, we saw a lot of people really play into like European paintings, and that was kind of like because there's mass like data sets for that. So you see all these like really eerie, super cool GAN models, but they're all trained on like white, like this like ethnocentric, data set again. And so what I really loved about Harshit's work is that he completely flipped the script on that and did it all on, Indian culture and masks and Buddhas, and I thought that was so cool. And so like that, I made it a point, like, people should see this, because this is another take on AI that I think we don't see very often. Same thing with Yuma Kishi. We did a show of like full Japanese artists and kind of his take on Western culture, which I thought was also really cool. But I need more women, for sure.
Yeah. So with a couple things with that, actually, so I guess obviously with all this craze and stuff like that, it's definitely given me a little bit of impetus to start kind of looking at. I've been playing around with, like, for example, NVIDIA's StyleGAN recently.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, and so far I've been well, there's no data set out there that exists that's like a bunch of mullets, people that are featuring the mullet haircut.
No, you gotta make your own data sets.
That's what I'm working on.
All right, there we go.
That's what I'm working on. But the thing is, it's like, that shit is a pain in the ass, because you're going one by one by one, making sure that everything is super clean or whatever, because the output otherwise is, it looks cool, don't get me wrong, right? Like, so like this model that I have going, I have it trained on like maybe like 1,000 photos, something like that, which is like tiny. These things are hungry for these photos or whatever, and yeah, it's just looking extremely abstract right now, and I'm just like, oh man, I gotta.
So there are two women I actually have to really shout out at this point
Go for it.
for their AI work. So Helena Sarin is one of them. She is
Mm.
like absolutely amazing. She does all of her AI work on her own. They're all her data sets. So she trains her data sets on her drawings, on her photography. She makes sculpture. She's amazing. And then Sofia Crespo. Sofia Crespo is like out of this world. She's like a biologist in her own right, and like the way that she creates new, like basically like completely new ecosystems and animals through AI. So I definitely recommend you guys check them out. Sofia Crespo, Helena Sarin, incredible, and they are really wizards with AI and neural networks for sure.
Sure. That's actually another one that's really really interesting too. So I guess with AI happening, there's actually been this super duper cool YouTuber. I think his name is like, it's some rendition of it's Back to Z Future.
Okay.
And this guy does all sorts of podcasts about different like AI models, right? So like, he like, what the coolest thing is really just to observe how fast this space is like exploding, really, because GANs honestly are like old news in some ways. There's like they're at least like the style GAN stuff and stuff
Yeah.
like that or whatever. That's so 2019. That's 2000 and late. He's talking about a couple things. I think there's the GPT-3 model, right? And that one's like kind of like contextual, like text to speech stuff. And what's been really interesting is that a lot of these, for example, these profile pic projects or whatever, they've actually
Yeah.
been using GPT-3 to generate their background
Oh,
stories on
interesting.
each pieces. There's actually a couple collections or whatever out there that are like doing things like that. Obviously, like it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly who is doing it, because everything sounds like a great idea, right?
Yeah,
Like you
yeah,
see one project drop and do it, and then like it's like a no-brainer to do it for yourself or whatever.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, awesome. All right, so cool. So Helena Sarin and Sofia Crespo.
Helena Sarin.
Helena Sarin.
Helena. Yeah, she's Russian. She's awesome. She's
Sick, dude.
OG.
Sick,
Yeah.
sick, sick. Okay. Are you gonna be able to show any of that later?
Yeah, yeah. I have some examples of her work. I can show you now if you want.
Maybe in a minute. We'll like when you do start sharing. Sorry.
Okay.
So we got a couple questions.
Oh, okay. Bring it
Just a
on.
moment. All right. So first, from Nutmuff.
Nice.
Does having a coding background help understand NFTs value better, or is it more of an art, or is it a subjective type of thing?
So I specialize specifically in generative art NFTs. For me, yes, it definitely helps understand which projects are impressive, and kind of, I think what kind of like my entire thing is like when I look at an artwork and I'm like, how did they do that? How did they do that? Like how did they wrangle the code to produce all of these outputs? That makes me really excited. So definitely I think the reason I have like a really good track record of finding these different artists is definitely because of my background in development and I can speak their language, help them debug something if they ever need it, look at the code and really see what it is that they're doing. I think that for the most part, though, in the NFT space as a whole, it's very subjective. At the end of the day, it's still artwork, and if you connect with it on a aesthetic level, then that's equally as important. But I think we're seeing generative art NFTs really skyrocket because of the technical background behind it and like how it's created. And I can go into a whole other tangent about like the tokens and you know what's stored on chain, what isn't, all of these things. But I do like, long story short, yes. I mean, I think coding has really helped me understand what generative art, like which are the strongest pieces and things like that. So
Sure.
but as a whole, NFTs, it's just having fun and finding pieces that you like.
Yeah, right. I mean, at the end of the day, like it is art. So it does kind of have to speak to you, the person. But at the same time, you have the chops to kind of understand where like this isn't just like all like magic to you, right? Like you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
actually see on the back
Not
end.
anymore.
Yeah, not anymore, not anymore.
Yeah,
So
at one point where I'd be like, I don't know. Yeah, but
sure. So you can kind of see the back end. So when you say someone's a badass in this space, it kind of has like a bigger weight than some guy just saying, "Hey, you know, like this. I thought this was super cool." Not to say that it doesn't, but like
yeah, yeah.
that's what's up. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
but I think it's also a mix of it could be technically very impressive, but are the aesthetics there as well? And I think those two need to be in agreement because I've seen artwork that technically is extremely cool, really awesome, but the aesthetics aren't there to for me to be like, oh wow, I need this piece. Like, you know, it might not really hit me in a way that some of the artists that I think are doing really, really well now not only have the technical chops, but they also have the creative eye to know like how well color works together, like you know the structures of their compositions, all of these things that really play a role, and it kind of needs to be a nice blend of both.
Sure, sure. Um, all right. So got another question.
All right.
This is from Maxica Hill. As a woman graphic designer just starting out in the industry, I'm really interested in making NFTs and working with them. Where should I start? How can I start?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think the first thing you'll have to do is really start sharing your work. I mean, Instagram and Twitter are free. Start getting your work out there, get people really involved. I think, you know, I've been experimenting with some artists, you know, trying to see, like, why don't we try to get it to work, like, before you even mint anything, let's find a collector for you, you know? And it's starting to, like, connect with people. And right now, everyone knows that you can now mint this work that you see online and you appreciate. So I think the first thing is going to be trying to build a community around, you know, your work, actively sharing, actively engaging with the community, and then you can experiment with putting your work out there. And you can do it on OpenSea. You can go to somewhere like Foundation. You know, Foundation's a great spot to get out there. Super Rare. Let's see, Zora's a new one. You can also try Hikanunk, which is on the Tezos blockchain. I find a lot of artists really gravitate to Tezos and the Hikanunk like ecosystem. It's very different from Ethereum. Things are a little bit cheaper there. It's a little bit like just more casual. And that would be a really great place to check things out, because also the way that they present artwork, everything's pretty much anonymous, so the artwork speaks for itself. So if someone resonates with it, they're inclined to just buy it. So that would be a good place to start also.
Okay, sure. That's great. And it's interesting because so I think cheaper on Tezos is an understatement at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Gas fees are absolutely insane. If you know what we're talking about, minting as something right now is just bananas.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, it
fighting
is.
you're fighting against people with gigantic wallets and like things like
Mhm.
that and stuff. So, how'd you pronounce it? Hikanunk?
Yeah, Hikanunk. Yeah. I think it's Latin for here and now.
Okay, okay, and
And so it's like Hicetnunc .xyz.
I guess there's probably there's meaning. No, not probably. You're saying there's meaning behind that name, but I gotta say I hate it. I hate having a.
Hey, I mean, yeah, the first time I saw it, I was like, what is this? I don't understand, but now people have learned, the people have decided that they know, and it's Hikanunk. And like, I remember in the beginning, I was like, what is this? What am I reading right now? I don't, I,
Oh,
but They can, they did. So
No. At the end of the day, though, they're there.
yeah.
People are
I
using
mean,
that.
I've collected from there. Definitely, it's pretty fun, and yeah, you can buy things for maybe $5, $7, which is unheard of in Ethereum, and that's really really fun, and it's just a good way to get your work out there. I'm not sure of like the longevity of the blockchain. I can't really tell you that Tezos is the blockchain to bet on, but to experiment with your first NFTs, I don't see it being a bad thing given the community that's there.
Sure, I think that's definitely a great recommendation. It's lower risk, it's live. It's like not on any of the test nets on Ethereum or anything like that
But
or
I
whatever.
would save your better work for Ethereum. That is my Yeah, I would save, like, if you're gonna put like your best work out there, your masterpiece, don't put it on Tezos.
Sure. You
I
heard
might get
it.
a
You
lot
heard
of
it
hate, I
here,
might get a
folks.
lot of hate for that, but that is my opinion.
No, I mean at the same time you gotta go where the market's playing as well, and I'll tell you right now, I mean I can't be the only person that thinks that having to type Hickanunk is a lot, so like just by virtue of that,
Fair enough. Fair enough. Much easier to write OpenSea.io, right?
it's much easier, I will tell you that much.
Me and my sister were joking around, like, being in Miami, like I had to get a boat and call it OpenSea.
I mean, that just makes sense there. That's
Right?
a
Right?
no-brainer. No way, dude. Shit.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So we got another question. It's actually a follow-up to Maxica Hill's question,
Okay.
coming from Taco Gomez. Uh,
Nice.
Going off Maxica Hill's question, on the flip side, as a woman software engineer, how can this be of use in the NFT industry? Hmm. Trying to understand the context of that one.
Like, how can I, as like a female engineer, like, or I guess like software developer or whatever, is that what you said?
Yeah, so as a woman software engineer, how can
Mhm.
this be of use in the NFT industry?
Um, I mean, I think just bringing my take on it has been extremely helpful for people. I think what I do is again just trying to elevate. Like, my entire mission, I guess from the beginning, has always been to elevate generative art and bring it into the eyes of the everyday person and educate them about what it is and why it's so cool. So I think coming from just being a woman, and maybe there's there's an art of being a woman. You know how to talk to people a little bit better, or you know how to kind of connect with them in a different way. That I think, the way that I present the artwork that I show, the story that's being told with it, really resonates with people and collectors, and I think it's why things have gone so well so far, because of I think there's like a sensitivity to it, like just being open with emotion and playing around with art in that way, that has been helpful. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I went too deep, but that's that's probably my response to that.
No, not at all. I think you characterized that really well. Especially the bit about emotion and kind of like sharing and stuff. And it's like kind of like interesting, like you mentioned earlier, like kind of like what dudes do in this space is like they're very, here's what I think's hot, haha, blah blah blah, listen to me or whatever. But these are also the same types of dudes that are like probably like not as willing to share their emotions with their like in their own personal spaces and stuff like that. Kind of maybe like believing like that whole like machismo thing of like, oh, men don't cry and like
Yeah,
things like
yeah,
that, and it's opposite. It's kind of opposite of like kind of really what's going on like with art. It's
yeah.
expressive at like
No,
at its root.
definitely. And I think there's just like a genuine love for it that I think, I feel the need to share. That's kind of where it all comes from, just like having a lot of fun. I mean, I think for the first few years of this, I did a lot of stuff like pro bono, because it's not about the money. It's really just for fun. At the end of the day, this is all just a really good time. So, yeah, that's another side of it.
Okay. So, getting another question, and this actually is actually kind of funny because today My grandma needed me for something, and I had to explain to an 80-year-old Cuban woman that I was going to be interviewing someone about blockchain technology and NFTs. And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Go fuck yourself. Help me out. How dare you not help your grandma?"
Yeah.
So
Fair
there
enough.
was like
Like,
a little bit of
whatever
guilt.
will. Yeah.
No, exactly,
You need it.
exactly, of course. So the chat is requesting kind of like a bit of an explain to me like I'm five, or
What's
explain
an
to
NFT?
me like en una abuela what is an
Yeah.
NFT.
It's a digital deed of ownership.
Okay.
That's it. It's a digital deed of ownership, and it's recorded across the world in a decentralized ledger database, if you want to call it that. I think everyone can check that it's there, and that's the cool part. There's no centralized location that's editing. There's no centralized location that says like you can do this or you can do that. It's distributed across the world. When you mint something, when you post something on the blockchain, everyone can see it. And so when you have an NFT, this digital deed of ownership, if you look at the standard for this ERC-721 token, it's really all it is. It's a deed. It's and it's saying you own this. Like this is the one, this piece, this one unit, this non-fungible just means unique. I don't know why they decided to go with that term non-fungible, but it really is just it's a unique asset. That's all it is. And you have a digital representation of this unique asset. In the beginning, I was actually looking at NFTs as replacements for certificate of authentication for physical works. So the first time I minted, we created an NFT was in 2019. We had a physical artwork up on display. OpenSea was actually sponsoring the event, and they were like, "Well, why don't you tokenize this artwork? You haven't sold it yet. We have one more day left in the fair. Just do it." And I was like, I was actually really hesitant at the time. NFTs, OpenSea was just filled with collectibles, and I was like, "What? I'm gonna put this really nice artwork next to like dinosaurs and cats? Like, no way." But I decided to do it, and I decided to do it. Like, the artist was like, "It's fine, let's check it out." And the collector, someone showed up, and he's like, "I want it, but I only want the digital asset." And I was like, no, like I have a really nice piece here signed by the artist. It's framed in museum glass. You got to take both of them. And so whatever, finally he buys it. And when I went to go take it to him, I was like, "Yo, what's the deal? Like, why did you want a digital asset only? Like, what is this?" And that was the first time I saw crypto voxels. And crypto voxels, for those of you who don't know, it's like kind of like metaverse. It's an entire like digital world. All the land plots are, from my understanding anyway, like NFTs themselves. You can buy the plots of land and build things. And this guy had a full gallery with all of his NFTs in there. But for that year, I kind of continued to experiment with NFTs. And anytime a collector wanted a piece from Dimitri or something like that, I would have them buy the NFT. That's how they would pay for the artwork. And then I would bring them the physical print. It wasn't until 2020 that I really saw the digital asset as the final piece and the only piece. And that was because I was going to do a show in Paris with CADAF, the Contemporary Digital Art Fair. It obviously got canceled. They decided to put the show online, and the user experience was awful. I'm sorry, but it's true. And it was the first time I didn't sell anything, and I was like, okay, no. At that point, I pretty much sold out every show that I had done. And I spoke to the artist, and I was like, hey, why don't we just try putting everything on Super Rare? Let's see what happens. And we put his work up there, and everything sold for more than we had the prints listed as, and no one even cared about the physical side of things. They were so happy to just buy the NFTs. And that was the real aha moment. I was like, okay, I didn't have to pay up front for any production. I didn't have to ship anything. The artist created the artwork, they transferred it over to me, I facilitated the sale, and that was it. And it was just such a cool like moment. And after that, I did a lot more NFT only type exhibitions, and ever since, basically, and then this entire year, that's been it. NFTs, getting artists on, having them transfer the work over, and kind of like having an exhibition around that.
Sure. Okay. That's awesome. I guess it's interesting to hear your kind of story about how you realize that this digital side is just kind of like taking over it,
Yeah.
right? And then like almost had to like smack you in the face to say it, because like
Yeah.
it seemed like from what you're talking about, obviously like you probably take a lot of care, like one, you're proud of like who you're working with and stuff like that. You want to like put that out there and make it look nice. So you're like probably looking for like someone who has like really awesome scanning facilities and stuff like that to like help like
Yeah, yeah.
facilitate
I mean,
those
I
prints
work
and
with like
stuff.
the best printers, like the best printers out there. We use the finest quality paper. I have printing partners here in New York where I do a lot of like my current prints for NFTs with specific artists, and I mean the quality is top notch. I went like visited their studios. They hand make every single frame. Like they have like artisans in there doing it, and like I mean the physical part for me will always be really important. I think in the beginning like the exhibitions that we would do were just having the quality there, and I think just showing it as artwork on the wall, that kind of learning that it was made by code is secondary and like more of a talking point, because they were just so beautiful all on their own. They look like everyday artwork, well not every day, but like hand drawn. They had this like organic feel to them that you would never guess that they were made with code, and that's what I really loved to find, like that kind of artwork that really made you question like someone had to write code to make that? Like, what are you talking about? I think the best backhanded compliment I ever received was at one of these fairs, and someone walked into the booth and they were like, "Why are you here at a digital contemporary art show? Like, none of this makes sense. These are all prints and you have sculptures." I was like, well, everything here was made with code. And they were like, oh, okay, I got it. But everything looked hand drawn. I mean, one of the pieces looked like it was watercolor. Another one looked like it was spray painted. I mean, it's so cool. So I really loved the tactical side of this artwork. But the digital side has also proven to be really, really, really important. And for those of you who don't know about art blocks, I mean, I can go off on art blocks for a while, but that completely changed the game and how we experience generative art. Yeah, and we can talk about that when we get into more of like the aura side of things.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah,
All right, cool. So you, all right. So you got that down. We'll get to that
yeah.
in a minute.
We'll put a pin in
Um,
that.
I love that backhanded compliment that this
Yeah.
person gave you. It's like, what are you doing here?
They're like, what are you doing here? Why is this stuff here? And I was like, well, thank you. That's kind of the
Yeah.
point. You know, I really love to have people take these artworks home, put them on the wall, or put them, anywhere, and someone would be like, oh, that's a really beautiful artwork, and then being able to be like, oh yeah, well, someone coded it, like that. And for these prints, I used to provide printouts of the code, or like the coded output, so that collectors could really connect with the fact that this wasn't hand drawn, that there's actually like lines and lines of code behind this to generate it.
Sure. So, I guess just moving forward to there's a question in the chat that's asking so you mentioned that this NFT is like a digital deed of
Mm-hmm.
ownership, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a question in the chat that says, when you own an NFT, can
Mm-hmm.
you do whatever you want with it, like make it a logo for your
No.
company or edit it at all?
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I think okay, so I think we are very used to in like the digital space of just like taking things and repurposing them, and all of these things. But in the think about it in like the traditional arts sense. There are certain rules and laws that protect artists and their intellectual property. There are copyright laws around this. So yes, you can own an artwork and you can display that artwork in any way you want, but you're not allowed to reproduce it unless the artist has specifically said that you can. So I think right now we're also, if you're an artist that's really interested in this type of work, you should really start looking into different Creative Commons, different licensing, so that you can decide how you want and be very like explicitly clear what you want to allow collectors to do with your artwork. We've already seen certain projects come out, and some people really they do allow you to do that. There are some artists out there that are like, yeah, you can use it for commercial property. You can merchandising up to like $100,000. There are other ones that are like, don't even think about it. You know, there are some people who really just welcome it, like do whatever you want, get it out there. So you know, it's kind of the Wild West, but for the most part, you know, for example, like I worked with the JP Morgan art collection a lot, and one of the big things that I learned from working with them is we can't, or they can, I don't work with them anymore. They have a huge art collection, okay? If they wanted to put a piece of that work in the art collection in like a presentation, they have to call the estate and get permission. And they might even have to pay to put it into a presentation as a background, just because they don't have the right to reproduce it. That's on the estate. The estate gets to say if you can own it, or if you can do that or not. There are sometimes they will buy an artwork, but also buy the copyright and like you know that intellectual property also from the estate or from the artists themselves, and they have the right to do that. But de facto, assume that you can't do that unless there's like a very clear like you know Creative Commons or something there that says you can do that. So if you go on art blogs, you'll see like they'll tend to have like a license next to the projects, and it'll say what you can and cannot do with the work. And I think there's a huge learning curve, I think, for the community in trying to understand that, okay, yes, you own this NFT, but you don't have the right to reproduce it in any capacity that you want. It is not your intellectual property.
Sure. So I guess the TLDR of that one is get a lawyer.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, there are a bunch of different Creative Commons out there that are really helpful, that I'll say like, yes, you can use it for whatever you want as long as it's maybe like not for commercial use. You know, like you're free to put it on your website, or you're free to do this, but you can't, you know, put it on shirts and sell the shirts. Or maybe if you do, you have to profit share with the artist or something. But just if you think about reproducing an artwork or an NFT that you own, talk to the artist.
Sure, and that, I mean, that makes sense. It's kind of just like basic respect and things like that.
Like, have some respect, guys.
And also, I mean, you're also coming kind of more from like these generative collections and things like that. You're representing those kinds of things. I do know one super popular project out right now. That's the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Oh yeah.
They actually express. So that's the other thing too. Like those guys, it's not a mistake that they're doing what they're doing, because they for sure have lawyers on board and all that kind of thing, and they expressly intent that if you own this space monkey guy or whatever your thing is, you can reproduce it however you like. That's yours. You own it in whatever. I mean, obviously they get their royalties on the sales and stuff like that, but that's all they care about. They're otherwise done with the project and stuff like that. But they explicitly tell you can do that. Yes. So it's like very much.
When it's explicit, that's a different story. And so yes, I've seen there are awesome examples of Bored Ape Bored Ape holders making beers with the Bored Apes on it. And I think you know, now there is definitely like a paradigm shift in the way that we think about digital ownership and stuff like that, where it's actually cooler the more people can see it. You know, we think about, I can just like right click, save it. I can do this, and it's like, yeah, the point is to get it around and have people see it all over. But I'm the one who owns it. You can check. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. What's up?
Yeah,
I got that digital deed.
Yeah. Like, I got that. I hold that.
That's me.
The best example of that too is like, you know, my parents have Starry Night in their bathroom. Like, if they tried to sell that Starry Night, they would get like laughed at, you know. Like no, they don't. Like, it's like, yeah, you can like save that. Basically, I think like saving a GIF or, you know, an NFT on your desktop is the same thing as my parents having Starry Night in their bathroom. You know, like.
I'm sorry. There's nothing speaks to me more while I'm pooping than a Starry Night. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Oh man, that's great. So yeah, so get a lawyer, protect yourself from potentially somebody putting Starry Night in their bathroom.
And then trying to sell it. Yeah.
No, so actually, so Bored Ape Yacht Club is an example of someone who's doing it right.
Yeah.
That said, I saw someone share, it was a total bullshit collection, but they were definitely trying to go off like the reaction type of thing. It was called Tony Fidanza, right? And
Interesting.
that was basically a bunch of different portraits of Tony Fidanza with Fidenza art coloring the back of it. I mean, you can clearly tell that these guys never talked to anybody or whatever, like on the Art Blocks team or anything
Uh,
like that about that type of thing like that. It's news to you.
yeah,
Um,
I
it
had
was,
no idea.
it's totally ridiculous, like kind of like meme, like project or whatever, and it might have had like something for like maybe a day, but after that
Yeah.
it was very quickly forgotten, and not just that, it's like kind of like extremely illegal. So like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a scarlet letter. You have that. It's
yeah.
like you got to. I don't know if anyone here was there like during like the Chubbies moment. No, I don't know. But Chubbies was like a NFT product that came out, and a bunch of people like like aped in, and then everyone found out that it was taken from like this old post like on Tumblr or something. Like it was all just like jacked, and then it became like your scarlet letter. Like if you had a bunch of Chubbies in your in your wallet, it's like, oh damn.
It's me. It's
But
me. I'm people.
yeah.
I actually have one chubby.
Okay, well, chubbies were like, I mean, I remember I had a few friends that were all into it, and I remember being like, okay, interesting, all right. And then we were like, oh, something smells fishy here. What's going on? And then we found out that it was completely ripped off from this other artist, and then yeah, everyone started dumping.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm kind of finding that out now. I definitely noticed that. I definitely noticed that in the price action. It was like kind of at like a normal price, and then it was like literally worth
Yeah.
$0 like the next day. I was like, wow. It's gonna pay me. It's gonna cost me more to fucking get rid of this thing than it is like to mint it. Like that I did like obtaining it. So
Yeah.
that's interesting. Definitely. You definitely got to yeah, I guess that ownership, that whole ownership thing is definitely extremely important to
Yeah.
all of this kind of thing. That's definitely the backbone that kind of underpins any sort of value that any of these pieces might have.
Hmm.
Besides like the subjective um, part of like, hey, I think this thing looks kind of cool or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
definitely
if
where I was going with it, but
yeah, I mean, you can look at anything and be like, "That's beautiful," and you have every right to buy it. And really, who cares? Who gives a shit about the market and like what people have to say? If you connect with an artwork, you have every right to purchase it and love it, and it doesn't matter. There are obviously some people who are looking at it from like a value point of view, but at the end of the day, I think when I first started collecting, I did not think about any of this. Like I wasn't like buying Tyler and thing or like Dimitri and being like they're gonna be worth a million. Like they're gonna be selling their work for millions of dollars in 2 years. Like no, their just work was super cool. And so like you just gotta find artists that you vibe with, that you really like, you love what they're doing, and support. It's really what it comes down to.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for making me feel better about my chubby purchase. I appreciate that. But that's the other thing, right? Like no one has like this magnifying glass into the future or whatever that says, "Hey, I know exactly what this is going to be worth
No.
in the future." Obviously, you might have like a little bit of like intuitions about things like based on your personal life and like kind of what you do, right? Like you mentioned you have your tops about you when it
Hmm.
comes to coding, understanding the back end of how these things are created, but still, you don't necessarily like no, you don't know the future.
No.
So
No.
you really just go with what moves you, and kind of go from there.
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so I guess I think this is good of time as any to maybe introduce some potential arguments about what's going on with the NFT space, right?
Cool.
So, first one, is it pronounced GIF or GIF?
Oh, you're really gonna give me with that one. Yeah, I'm gift for life. I'm sorry.
Gift for
I
life.
can't.
Let's go.
I open gifts. I
Say,
don't open gifts. You know.
say no
like,
more. Say no more. Say no more.
But you know.
All right. Next one is I right clicked on your picture and I stole your NFT.
Can I share my screen really quickly?
Yeah, please. I'd love that.
Alright, give me 2 seconds. I just want to show you the first NFT I ever purchased. Where is my screen share? Alright. This is the first NFT. Can you see it? This is the first
sorry,
NFT
just
I
one
ever
second.
bought.
There we go.
I screen grabbed your NFT, now I own it. I screen grabbed your tweet, now I sell it. And I bought it. I was like, yes. So that is my take on that.
I love that. Peter McCormack is interesting man. There's definitely a lot of folks that are actively, I guess, kind of coping with the whole situation that's going on with NFTs and things like that. Obviously, this man, one of them. That is a great piece to any collection. Especially since like what's been really cool has been kind of figuring out how I guess like history plays like a really important role in these kinds of things, right? Like I think what is it? Obviously what's it called? Christie's and Sotheby's or whatever, they caught on to the curio cards.
Yeah.
Those were some of the first NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain, and if I'm not mistaken, they like had to get like wrapped again. Yeah. So I guess they weren't necessarily compatible with like the NFT standards of today. There was like some work that had to be done to them to make them like in that state. But still, yeah, it's just that there's like this like kind of context to these things.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think also it's why CryptoPunks are CryptoPunks. Because of CryptoPunks, we have the ERC-721 token. It really, it is why we have the current. They really inspire the NFT as we know it today, and that's really what it comes down to. I remember I went to this like creative coding hackathon at MIT, I think like in 2018, and that's when I first learned about the CryptoPunks, and I saw I met the guys who did it. They were speaking there, and I was like, okay, so the crypto collectible, got it. Like that was like the first time that I was like, okay, this makes a little bit more sense to me. But they really, I mean, fun tidbit there. The first show that I ever did, they had their work directly in front of mine. I think they were selling at the time for maybe like $5,000. And then when we went down to Miami to do the same show in December, we brought their pieces in our luggage. Like, okay, like yeah, like wrap them up, like put them in there, like brought them in our luggage and brought them down. Like it wasn't anything. Like we were just like, okay,
not
yeah,
a big deal.
Yeah, like we'll bring them for you. Like it's fine.
Holy shit.
And now they're selling for absurd amounts of money. And I was like, CryptoPunks, like
yeah.
They're just like the nicest guys ever. They're just so kind and so cool, and I'm really happy to see that all this is happening to them.
And those two guys, that's Larva Labs.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, CryptoPunks have definitely been making a name for themselves in recent times. And so, for example, I think it was like Jay-Z changed his profile picture to a CryptoPunk, which probably was like a really good precursor to what was about to come. Like if people were paying attention well enough, they probably they might have been able to get a little bit of a hint about what was going to happen, right? Because like Jay-Z's this uber successful man, and for him to make that change, it's like, what's this older rapper from like the 90s that got his start in the 90s doing, like changing his profile picture?
And he got a fire one too, I gotta say.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So I currently do not hold a CryptoPunk, but if you look back, so I have my one CryptoPunk that I resonated with, this was probably in like 2018, 2019, but whatever. At the time, I placed my bid through their site directly. I was pretty broke at the time, so I had some of my ETH, but not a lot. And I found the CryptoPunk that I wanted. She was me. I am her. I'm still looking for her. Okay, so at the time, the way that their contract worked was like you would place a bid, like you could place a bid, you could buy. It was like you bid, buy, or sell something weird like that. I don't know. But I saw a piece and I was like, okay, I'm gonna place a bid on it because I really want it. So I placed a bid on it with all my ETH, and it pretty much just took the ETH out of my wallet. And I had to sit there and wait for someone to accept or deny, and they did neither. So it just took out my ETH, and so I was like, okay, I guess I have no more money now, and I'm not gonna place any more bids on CryptoPunks because that doesn't really make sense to me. And now obviously it's like fixed. I know that I can get my money back. I haven't done it yet, but that was kind of like my first, I guess, like interaction with the punks. You can find. I'll try to. I think it's like punked like 1202 or something like that. My bid is there, my measly little bid for like 0.35 ETH, or something along those lines. It was like $300 at least. I was like,
at the time.
Yeah, at the time I was like, come on, hey, like let me in, like I want it. But yeah, I did not get it, and so I feel like I like continuously like just like missed the boat, and then like when it comes time, I'm like, I can't spend that much money.
Yeah, right.
I physically cannot. So, but one day I will get her back. She will be mine. Stay tuned.
and that's, I guess that's one thing on you need to manifest, right?
Right? Yeah. Everyone needs to manifest
your future, just a little bit. Say, hey, you know what? I am gonna do that shit.
She looks just like me. She has the same color hair. She has the clown nose and the makeup. It's like, I need you.
It's perfect.
We are
well,
one in the same.
she speaks to you,
She
and
does.
which is otherwise like another like underpinning of this space, right? Like it needs the work needs to speak to you. I guess one more interesting thing about the CryptoPunks is that shit was available for free.
Yeah, for free.
On QR codes.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, these guys
around a bunch
like,
of cities.
They did this like out of just pure fun and experimentation. They were game developers, like for sidekicks, like like they were like.
No way.
Yes,
You're kidding,
dude.
damn, bro.
These guys were just like so cool, just like building stuff. They love to do it, and so when they learned about the blockchain, they were like, let's try this out. And so they came up with the CryptoPunks, and I thought, and it's so cool, and they gave it out for free, and they made this like little ecosystem. But in their minds, they also would have never imagined that it would become this. And then they also did autoglyphs being like the first truly like on-chain generative art. Amazing. So these guys just know how to have a good time, and they're smart. So it's a perfect
that's amazing.
Perfect mix. Yeah.
Wow, damn, I actually did not know that part. Okay, so I guess one thing, so this is a question from Pinder Van Armen. Actually, this dude is a fucking dope ass.
Yeah, he's awesome
yo,
artist.
right?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, dude? Yeah, so he asked, where do we get these backgrounds? This is all coming from the internet, dude. I have to put them together in Twitch and stuff like that. So I'm really glad that you appreciate this shit. That feels pretty cool. But yeah, I guess back to where we were. So we were talking about CryptoPunks. And these guys being cool, kind of like
great.
with what they're doing. I guess it would be important now, especially now that we've talked about a couple different projects, a couple different things about what I guess like the subjectivity of all this kind of thing. It would be important to get into William Benjamin. He is probably it's like extremely like widely studied dude. If you've taken any art history classes or anything like that, photography, whatever your art form is, you've definitely read some of this guy's, or at least one of this guy's quotes, right? And specifically coming from this essay that this guy writes in, I want to say like the 1930s, the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction. It is important to speak a little bit about who William Benjamin was. This man was he was a Jewish man in the, he was, I want to say he was German. In the, I think he was born in like late like 1800s. He dies in 1940, escaping the Nazis. Actually, this man took his own life because he was basically cornered at a country border, escaping the Nazis. But yeah, so he actually had a lot of really interesting things to say, especially for someone in 1930. This guy is talking about vast technological advances that were happening, I guess, in his time with the Industrial Revolution. Obviously, someone that lives from late 1800s to mid 1950, this guy gets to see all sorts of crazy stuff happen within his lifetime. But one main thing that this guy kind of gets into is about how technology basically kind of like undermines art in this way, that art in it of itself kind of has this has an
It's like the
aura.
object. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Object and the aura.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, so
Go for
I
it.
know
Go
that we're
for it.
going to talk about this. So, I think for the longest time, it's like I understand why, but I think it's irrelevant when we talk about generative art and NFTs specifically. Because for the longest time, actually, the way that I was presenting generative art and the way that we were experiencing generative art, even like in museums and things like that, they were emulations of the piece. You're getting photographs of the, or stills of the output of the code, or taking videos of the output and showing that. It wasn't very common to actually have a live computer program running, with the artwork. So now what we do have is art blocks has come into the scene, and you can now store that code on chain. So when you're purchasing the an NFT from art blocks, you are actually buying the aura of this artwork. You have a living, breathing artwork with you. You get the, how I've always referred to it as like, now I get the guts of the code, which is what I've always wanted. I've always been like, oh, like when am I going to be able to put on a show where I can actually have the code running live? Like that is the performance, It wasn't. I went to Manfred Moore. He's probably he's one of the OGs. He had an exhibition in New York, and I remember going to see it, and he had his code running. He had a TV, and then you could see behind it like this like really clunky like little computer there that was running live, running the program live while we were there. And I love that. I was definitely there like taking pictures, like, yeah, like that's how you do it.
You stole his you were stealing
Yeah,
his work.
I was like noted, but now with the onset of NFTs, you can do that. I can sell, or I can actually purchase an artwork and have that work running live in the browser, and like that is my artwork, and the process of minting also on Artblocks is really interesting, because the way that it works is that we don't know what's going to come out.
Sure.
Okay.
I love
we
that.
agree. So I'm on the curation board for art blocks, and so we'll take a look at the different works that come in, and kind of say like how many iterations do we think this algorithm can actually handle. And so for the most part, we go somewhere between like 500 to 1,000. And when it starts, when like minting begins, it starts from zero to 1,000.
Sure.
We don't know what's going to come out, but when you click mint purchase, that transaction, that hash is a variable in the algorithm, and so you actively affect the output. The artwork that you receive is very much, you become a collaborator in this actually. And so, this idea of, oh, there's no aura in that is just like beyond me, because this brought back life into experiencing generative art and collecting it, and just creating it too. It's just a completely different experience that we didn't have before. And again, I think that's why Artblocks is doing as well as it is, because for the longest time, a lot of the geeks out there who are really into this could really just buy prints and
Sure.
and that was it. But that's for a very specific form of generative art. I think that there's a lot of really cool artwork, and especially some of my favorite artworks that really do come from like plotters, like pen plotters, and that's a whole other thing, and you can't deny the aura to that either. So
Sure.
it's,
So I definitely think that like I guess first, that generate at mint. I
yeah.
think for a while in the NFT space, that was definitely seen to be kind of the standard. I think that's what definitely set art blocks ahead of
Yeah, I was
kind of
actually pissed the first time I did that, because I was so used to. I mean, pissed is probably a strong word, but I was like, I want to pick the piece. Like, I want to pick like
yeah.
what piece I'm gonna take home with me, because I was at the point like, I'm a curator. I gotta pick the one, and now it's like, you get what you get. And it's like, okay, fine. And I did end up coming up with some pretty great mints. I bought some things on secondary, but for the most part, it was part of like that became part of the fun too. And like, oh, we're gonna mint this work. Okay, now everyone hop on Discord, start sharing what you got. Oh, what'd you get? Oh, do you think that's rare? It looks rare. Like, and like that was like the
Yeah.
fun part.
Well, that rarity thing's now kind of also become another standard, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So, you said Discord. How many Discords are you a part of?
I mean, I honestly, I'm the worst at Discord. I thought that I could do it. I had a bunch of them, and I was like, yeah, cool, all these servers. Out of them, I have art blocks, and I have, that's probably about it. And there's
Sure.
one that I'm a mentor for, vertical crypto art, maybe creative code art too, but I don't really chat in there too much. The curation discussions happen on the art blocks Discord, so I'm in there a lot. I
Okay.
guess I also have Squiggle Dow's there too. But it's I can't. It's like between Instagram, Twitter, my emails, like I'm up to hearing
No,
information
it's anxiety inducing,
like
especially
so
if you
much.
get notifications and stuff like that just
Yeah,
rolling in.
gotta protect the energy.
No, of course, you gotta stay healthy and well
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
you to
There's
continue
some
to
days
curate.
yeah, I had to go in there, and then I have to start with the, hey, sorry for just getting back to your message now. I'm such a boomer on Discord,
I'm
like,
sure that's like the main message that you write.
it really is. So sorry, guys. Email me, I guess. I don't
There
know.
you go. We're too big. You can't reach us. Let's go.
I'm just like way too. Yeah, I'm just.
No, no, no. I'm sorry.
No,
There's
no,
just way too many
no.
things going on. Um, all right. So, hmm. I guess going back to Walter Benjamin. So what's really cool is that at the time of mint, you produce these pieces that no one has ever seen before. This
Mhm.
isn't sitting on somebody's computer beforehand. Like even if they wrote this beautiful algorithm that was able to produce a thousand beautiful pieces, they didn't get to sit down and pick what pieces came out. Really, they're saying, hey, listen, I fuck with this algorithm, I put this out there, and that is it. If you
Yeah.
like it, that's cool. If not, whatever. But this is me. This is my piece, XYZ collection. You know?
Yeah. So I think we're Tyler Hobbs actually wrote a really amazing article about this, and it's really like the rise of long form generative art. And there's this idea of short form versus long form. Short form being what I used to do, which was, go to the artist studio, run through a bunch of different outputs, and get that one, like curate that one to like, maybe three pieces that we were going to showcase. Short form, we're deciding what we're going to do. Long form is now letting the algorithm do its thing, and you have no idea. It's like non-curated, and you're basically showing off the chops of like what your algorithm can do. And it's really letting, like, I think that's the strongest products that we see have like such a large amount of like just insane diversity and outputs, but also very clear that they come from the same project. And those are like the strongest ones that we see for sure. So like the subscapes, I mean, I don't want to start naming names if some of the people here haven't seen them, but go onto Artblocks and take a look at the curated projects. All of them really have this thing about them that you can see that they come from the same place. and I think that's the coolest part. And you know, yeah, like we're seeing a lot more long form, and that's what it is, where now the community sees the algorithm. It's not just this one artwork. We're seeing what this algorithm can do. We're seeing, and we get to know it just as much as the artist. You know, we've seen artists be really surprised at some of the outputs that come out. They're like, oh, I wasn't even expecting that. And now we're all in it, and we're all like, yeah, we're all part of it now, and that's the cool part for sure.
Sure. So I think maybe now is a good time as ever. Maybe to introduce your screen sharing portion.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Um,
so tell me.
well, no, I guess I want you to finish the phrase. Um, what's good for the goose is good for the
Gander?
gander.
Okay, cool.
Does that have that has nothing? No, that doesn't nothing for you?
Oh, is this a ringers thing?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool. Sorry, Dimitri. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that one. Had a yeah.
So can you
Goose,
speak
yeah.
can you, goose? Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Goose. I love that. Uh, can you talk a little bit? Can you talk a little bit about that piece's most recent history?
Oh yes. So that piece it was held by he goes by Pixel Pete for a very long time. He was a diamond hands holder. I actually just sent him like the signed print, you know, framed, beautiful, and looks like he received an offer he couldn't say no to. And you know, someone offered I think it was just a bit over $5 million for Goose, and it is now in new hands. And so yeah, it was a huge moment for everyone involved. I'm super proud of Dimitri. I'm really excited for the collectors. The community I know is really excited about it, and yeah, it was a huge moment. So
Yeah.
yes, Goose.
That was a monster sale. So
Yeah.
you mentioned $5 million. But I guess there's been this phenomena going on of where people are starting to price things in Ethereum.
Yes. Oh, yes. I speak in Ethereum terms a lot.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, I guess, like the audience here, and like if it makes sense. If I tell you like, oh, this sold for, I don't even know how much ETH it was, like 700 ETH. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe not. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. He sold another piece this week for 400 ETH, so that was 1.2 million on Super Rare, which was really cool. So Dimitri's doing just an amazing job, and people are really resonating with his artwork. And you know, I'm so happy that I've been there with him, like kind of like along this journey. It's been great.
Yeah, no, I mean he's definitely absolutely murdering it along with yourself.
He's a good
Um,
businessman.
so I guess one more thing about the Ethereum thing.
Mhm.
Um, and when I kind of noted, like, I kind of like dawned on to me about like when this thing was kind of happening that people were denominating everything in Ether. There was a guy who's like, oh, I had the first 4-digit sale in Ethereum. I can't remember exactly who it was, but he'd mentioned 4-digit sale, and I'm just like, that's $1,000, dude. What do you mean? And I realized that the guy was talking in Ethereum terms,
Yeah,
and I was like,
yeah,
oh shit, people are really starting to think about this as the currency of like
yeah,
really what's going
yeah.
on. And realistically, it is. That is what it is. It's
Completely,
your
completely.
NFT in terms of Ethereum terms.
Yeah.
People are like
I
really kind of starting to forget about the dollar in that end.
There was one day that I was like looking at something and it was 2 ETH, and I'm like, damn, am I gonna buy this for 2 ETH? I'm like, yeah, it's only 2 ETH. And then like I saw it and I was like, am I really about to spend $8,000 on a fucking picture of a penguin, and I was like, I gotta abort mission, you know? Like, I was like, this is, like, then, like, you actually get, like, sticker shock, and you're like, oh my god. Like, there was a drop that happened, I think, last week, Rich Lord, and the starting price was 5 ETH. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna buy 2 of them. And I did it. I wasn't able to do it. That was gonna be 10 ETH that I was gonna spend. And then I saw the actual cost of it, and I was like, am I insane? I was like, what's going on here? And then I was actually really happy that I ended up not being able to buy it, because I was like, that is so much money. That is just so much money. But you forget, because you're like so used to like I transact in ETH all day long. I'm selling artwork. I get paid in ETH. I do everything in ETH. And so like, you're like, oh, it's only 0.6 ETH. Fine. I think that's like what, almost $2,000 right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, just about.
It feels like it's real money, but it's play money. It like doesn't feel real. And I think there's like this ongoing like joke about things where it's like, you know, like kind of someone sent a really cool tweet today that was like looking at everyday things as in ETH.
I think I saw that. I think I saw it today. Yeah.
And it was like rent in New York, 0.65.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck like, it, whatever.
Like Land Rover, you know, lease like 0.35 ETH. You know, something like so funny. But yeah, you know, it's definitely really different, and we're also used to it, and we've been interacting with ETH for so long, or Ether for so long, that, you know, it's it gets confusing, and then you actually see how it is compared to the US dollar, and you're like, oh my god, like I could buy a house. What? Like
yeah, you know? am I really about to spend a house on this CryptoPunk or something like that? And actually I thank you for saying that, because I really think that it is important about I guess what's been going on over the last couple of years about I guess like things about like wages, what people are earning, and what really people are able to own. Something you said earlier, that you were kind of living a double life with your JPM background as well as then your digital art stuff. There was somebody, I saw a tweet from a guy that was like, I make $30,000 a year, I drive like a super old car, I work as this, but also I just spent $235,000 on an ape, on one of the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And he specifically said, it feels like I'm living a double life. So when you were talking about that earlier, I was just like, that's crazy that this second life is completely undermining your what you call IRL. Really, right? Like what you call real life is completely undermining that shit. How could you ever pay attention to something that really pays you just so little in comparison to what's actually going on in the world?
I mean, it was really crazy the week that I left JP Morgan after, you know, so many years of just like, is it time? Is it not? Everyone always thought that I was like on my way out because everyone was seeing Artxcode, whatever. And the week that I finally did that, I was in LA doing some, you know, for a show with an artist, and in that week I made my year's salary. And I was just like, what? Why didn't I do this earlier? You know, this is my life now. It all just like kind of came together, and so yeah, there's obviously like no looking back. You know, people are in it and they're really excited. You know.
Sure, and also then, I mean, fucking congratulations, dude! You're killing it so hard, bro. It is like what you're doing is so cool. To be able to, I guess, have the privilege of having been able to like see like your growth has really been something like super duper cool. You know, like you're like sharing some stuff like, oh hey, blah blah blah, check out my crypto gallery 2019, you know, like cryptocurrencies aren't really doing anything at that time or anything like that. You're just like, oh, let me sell this dude's art, who also happens to be the fucking like the dude behind Ringers, for like 3 to 4 ether back in 2019. You know, let me sell you those prices, and I vividly remember 3 to 5 ether.
I think he sold it for, it was $15.95. It was like, because we wanted it to
that's
be
dollars.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, we gotta be
I
you
remember us
gotta
wanting.
be specific here
Oh,
now.
sorry. I remember us wanting to sell it at 1,600, and we were
Okay.
like, "Ooh, maybe that's kind of steep. We'll do 1,595, like 1,595. We'll do that. Let's see what happens." And when we put it into ETH, and I think it was 9 ETH at the time. It was something along those lines.
Oh my
And
god.
then the guy came in and did it for like I think it was 9 ETH, and then he instantly relisted it for like 999,999,999,999. And yeah, that
So
was
he clearly knew what he was buying.
he did.
But the crazier thing is also, like with this whole currency thing is that these things are expressed in values, um, like relative to one another. So they're kind of like fractions, right? So, you know, a few ETH back in 2019 isn't a few ETH today
I
either.
mean, okay,
And
so like
relative to USD.
I don't even think a full year ago I sold something for 3 ETH and it was $800.
Yeah.
So like it's been like it's been really crazy, and I think that's also why it's so jarring for a lot of the people in the community, or like not jarring at all. Where you're like, oh, 3 ETH, like Kobe, let's do it, like that's super cheap. You forget that like 3 ETH now is what, like $9,000, like more. Like I don't know, it's just insane. So we a lot of people really do see ETH as just like a lot of people have just accumulated a lot of it during this time because it's always been somewhat accessible. I think over the last few months, 2021 really we saw it just like explode. But
Yes.
for the longest time, people were just. I mean, I remember buying ETH, spending it, coming back like, oh, I can always buy more. It's like what, $100 for a coin. Like I can buy more later, And yeah, now it's like, oh shit, like that's why we see that like we saw it go up this week, and now everyone's like trying to sell their NFTs because like, oh my god, I need more ETH. I need
Right?
more.
Yes.
And it's yeah, it is what it
Are
is.
you familiar with his name's
Path?
Path.exe? Cryptopathic?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so this is the same guy that he put a contract on Uniswap that represented fractional shares of a piece of a Doge meme.
Mm. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so
I heard.
he tweeted something extremely funny yesterday that was like, so he was selling some of his shit, right? He was like unloading some of his stuff, right, to buy into other things. And he's just like, give me 5 CryptoPunks or I'm gonna tweet again. Yeah, this guy's like, obviously this dude's got a following that could potentially move markets and like things like that. But then at the same time, the guy like doesn't take himself seriously enough to like pull some bullshit like that. I personally I love it. I love that kind of shit. It's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing. But yeah, so this guy was the person behind fractionalizing this Doge meme on a Uniswap token. Which by the way, do you use those kinds of things? Do you use Uniswap
Uniswap?
protocols? Yeah, yeah. Have you ever taken out any
Yeah,
kind of
I've
loans
used
on
it
your own
before.
end?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've held different tokens. I've tried to buy other tokens, like to buy certain artworks from artists that I like.
Sure.
That maybe they only accept their specific token. I'm not really big into the DeFi space in general. I don't really do much other than buy my JPEGs. Like I like to curate. I like to purchase. I'm really into like the art side of things. Once you start talking liquidity pools and all that, my brain just fogs over. So
Sure.
um, that's where I just draw the line. I'm like, that's really cool. You can do that, but I keep it relatively simple.
Sure,
Like
no, I
I
and I and I
I buy
totally
the
feel that.
arts.
I Yeah, it's tough to dude, it's tough to put yourself in like this space and that space and this space and that space and be like, I know
Yeah,
what
it's
the
just
fuck I'm talking
so
about and
much.
stuff like that. And like,
Yeah.
and at this point, then you're starting to deal with lots of money. And now you're starting to deal with maybe a couple of ether, which
Hmm.
maybe like 7 months ago or whatever the fuck, it didn't matter that much. But
Yeah.
now that's like actually some really serious money, and
Yep.
like things like that. So it becomes tough. But at the same time, I do know that DeFi has provided a boon enough to the people
Oh,
that
for
really
sure.
do understand that shit. I have a buddy that, dude, he's not even 18 yet. This kid's not even 18 yet. He's from fucking Latvia. This kid made like 200 G's off fucking DeFi shit. He became like a DeFi developer. He was like super involved in this project and like fucking killed it.
Badass. I
Killed
mean,
it
yeah,
off this shit.
I think it's amazing that people like, what they can do. I think, there's so many people that have so much like, these like creative minds and like when it comes to numbers and thinking about how you can use, yes, it's artwork, but it is also very much an asset, and how can you use that to your advantage, and
Sure.
play around with it. I know JP Morgan offers art back lending, but you have to fit a very specific criteria where you have to have, a museum grade quality. It needs to be worth over $750,000. They need to come in and expect it, do all of these things. Now you can go on DeFi and like, go to one of these websites and be like, I need a loan. I'm going to use my NFT as collateral. People can apply, give you offers and be like, oh, I'll give you the money that you want for this percentage. And like, if you default, I take your money. I mean, I take your NFT, so like now you're seeing these types of things come into play, and it's super cool.
Yeah, and so like maybe for example, is one of the qualifications like having like Starry Night up in your bathroom?
Yeah, my parents got laughed at.
Okay, so again, Starry Night bathroom probably not the place to go to JPM with a loan, but
No.
fuck JPM. You can go
Oh,
to
yeah.
DeFi. No, not you saying that,
I
but
know, but I agreed, and then I was like, oh wait, whatever, it's fine, go.
I'm sorry. But no, you could go to one of these DeFi protocols and potentially take out some sort of loan on your collateral and start earning some whatever the fuck. As long as you understand it, I do not claim to understand any of that shit. It is extremely, and that's a crazy thing too, right? Like, so this kid's telling me, he's like, yo, check this out, yeah, check this out, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then the guy just fucking goes ahead and fucking sends it, right? Like, just like, it's amazing. It's amazing to see, and it's like super fucking cool that all these opportunities are being made for people that might not normally get the chance. And that's actually something that I think is really important to talk about next. That I wanted to talk about is that there is this extreme growth in wealth inequality. Maybe from like think of like your like fucking suit dude on Wall Street down to like your like general worker at like McDonald's or something like that. There's this extreme disparity, and like it's not even like they get to afford different lives at this point. It's like the person at McDonald's can't even afford their life, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually something that's extremely interesting about this space. I think I mentioned something about someone having like led a double life, not just you, but like the person that was making maybe like 30 grand a year or whatever, but then also making like some insane amount of money on the back end in their second life, that they were able to kind of like compensate like for that type of thing.
Well, I
So
mean, yeah, we're seeing a changing of the guard in terms of who has the spending power now. And so, you no longer have to be from this like aristocratic family to enjoy artwork, and you don't have to be, this really like the traditionally wealthy person. You had to be kind of into crypto a little bit, be kind of like geeky and open to these like new ideas and just buy in early. And now you find yourself sitting on all of these like all of this money, and now you can go in and buy everything that you want. And like now, the people, like, it's true, like, a lot of the people that we see who are now like the whales, and they have all this artwork, it's because they had that first mover advantage, and now they have the spending power because they bought a ton of ETH when it was like what, $2.
yeah, bro, like what? Yeah, there's people that are like Vitalik, which is the
Yeah.
creator of Ethereum, who took their salaries in things like Bitcoin and stuff like that very early on, when it seemed like a ridiculous concept and things like that, and here they are kind of rewarded for their early risk taking.
So
Um,
actually, just because you brought up Bitcoin, I would like to say my embarrassing Bitcoin story of how I
sure,
lost
go
it.
for it.
Okay, in 2015, 2016, I did a Bitcoin hackathon in Miami.
Okay.
My team won second place. We did a microtransaction billing API, whatever. I won at the time, I think it was around like 3,000, like we won $3,000. We split it among ourselves. I got, once that we split it all up, I got 1.5 Bitcoin.
Sure.
And I was like, cool. It's my first time I downloaded my Coinbase. They gave me the money and they're like, this is extremely volatile. We have no idea if it's going to be worth anything. Just so you know, like, we gave our disclaimers. Here's your money. Go. And I
Yeah.
was like, okay. Me, broke student at the time, just trying to figure all of it out. And I was like, all right, so I guess I should go shopping. I'm like, what can I buy with Bitcoin?
That's exactly what you should have done, by the way.
Right? Yeah, yeah. I bought a faja. I bought a waist trainer. Yeah.
Damn, girl, that is very Miami. Let's go.
I know. I have to rep it. Yes, I bought a faja with my Bitcoin, off a very extreme, like extremely sketchy website that they could have easily just taken my money, and like it's like they pair you with someone who will then buy you something on Amazon. And then I bought a flight to like New York. To like New York City to like go visit. So those are the things I did with my Bitcoin.
And you know what? Good for you. Fuck that shit. Chat says that is the oh my god, that is the epitome of Miami. I would have done the same. So you're right now every woman, right? Off the bat. But also, I should also mention that back in high school, I was buying Bitcoin to buy certain things on the Silk Road.
Got it.
And it actually pains me to look at that wallet because the payouts. Well, one, I was mining also at the time.
Yeah.
So mining payouts were something in the order of like 0.3 to 0.4 Bitcoin per block that you like figured out or whatever. You were able to do this on a $70 graphics card that was available at the time, because let's speak about that now too, right? Like, because that's another thing about accessibility in this space. One, to mine Bitcoin right now, you can't afford that shit as a normal person.
It's like not even worth it. I tried mining
It's not. No.
apartment in New York, and I was like, my electricity bill was so absurd, and like my amount of Bitcoin that I got was like here's a leaf type of like vibe. Like it was just like not even worth it. Like,
my electricity bill is absurd, and I don't even mine Bitcoin. So
it's the setup, bro.
I am being set up. That is very true. But no, even working with Ethereum or anything like that, it really doesn't make anything better. But past that, buying things off the Silk Road in early 2011, 2012, I was using money I had to go into Bitcoin to spend on certain high quality things for certain events like Ultra, Miami, and things like that.
Yes.
We'll only let you kind of.
From that. Yeah.
Chat says, I was at Blackbird Ordinary in 2015, 2016, and some man told me to write in my notes, I met the creator of Bitcoin, after literally whispering in my ear for 12 minutes about crypto. I had no idea, but I had that note in my phone until 2018. One, it sounds like you met Satoshi Nakamoto.
I was going to say, Satoshi Nakamoto is a creep like that?
Sounds like he is. Like I was hit on by Satoshi. You can say
Satoshi Nakamoto. Who would have thought?
What are
MIA, huh?
I guess besides hearing that he's a creeper, what are your theories on who Satoshi Nakamoto is?
I don't think his real name is Satoshi Nakamoto.
I'll take that.
It's a great name, I gotta say. It's a great name. Power to him. I mean, it could honestly be a group of people. There's. You know what they say when you assume, I don't know. It's like, You know,
I get it. No, I get it. I
Yeah.
totally get it. I totally get
I
it.
have no idea, dude. You know, I have no idea.
Sure.
And
No,
for
I
those
feel
who
that.
don't know, you make an ass out of you and me. So I just wanted to.
That's what I think you figured that out from me doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I remember the first time I heard that, and I was like.
That's interesting. Satoshi Creepamoto. Yes, Pindar. That actually sounds to be the case, and honestly sounds way more likely about
Yeah.
anything, right? Like than this person being like some like omnipotent like
Yeah.
some.
He's just like a creep. He's just like a creep, like roaming the streets of Miami, trying to hit on girls. Like, I created Bitcoin.
I hate that narrative. I hate that narrative.
Yeah, no,
Like,
we can't. This is the rumors this is how they get started.
no, but we hate that creep. We hate that creep. You know, maybe good for like maybe it might have been like decent financial advice like back in like 2015, 2016 for this guy to say that shit, but the Satoshi Nakamoto was a creep. As clearly shown by the chat because
The chat knows.
no, I mean exactly. I think it's great that we have someone that can share that story in the chat.
The chat
It's
of truth. We have the insights.
it's also I guess it's also interesting that you know like everyone kind of has this slightly different interface with crypto.
Yeah.
Like some people you know get it from main like for example like in my case just trying to buy ecstasy. Some other people have it in the case of like that they were legitimately creeped on by people that were either were Satoshi Nakamoto or had very early insider information on this. And then also like people that like yourself or whatever that have like early insights kind of into what crypto might be. You were part of some competition in which you were awarded Bitcoin and they told you, hey, this is kind of volatile. Maybe you should spend it. Right?
And
And
they were just like, we just want to let you know. And I was like, bet I'm going to spend all this money because I have none.
well, I mean, sorry. I guess that's maybe the natural reaction. If someone tells you that this might be zero or whatever you own,
Yeah.
today or tomorrow, you know, maybe you might go ahead and spend it on something like a faja.
Exactly. And it's my the most expensive faja I've ever
Well, I guess that's the other thing. My thing is for a younger girl to. By the way, chat, a faja is kind of almost like.
It's a waist trainer. It's like a girdle.
Yeah, yeah,
like
exactly.
So why you lock in?
You lock it in. You lock whatever shape you got. You make it slightly tighter, and you lock it in.
Try to get that waist. You're training the waist.
Exactly.
Training the waist.
Which actually translates to making sure your organs are sure that they're gonna hang out wherever they're fucking hanging out. Dude, the Faja market's ridiculous. I gotta say.
Faja Nation, nothing but respect for my president, the Faja.
Well,
like there are stores in Miami, Faja y Mas. Like it's a revolution.
So the other day, this was definitely for a tragedy, but during the whole Surfside thing, I actually saw Joe Biden buying a Faja at Aventura Mall.
Stop.
I'm completely joking. That's not true.
Like Secret Service, they're helping him out. Like.
Sir, you look great. You look great, sir. No. This is totally hiding everything, sir. I got it. No, for sure. So chat's saying grab the muffin and stuff it in. Exactly. All right. So I want to take just a brief moment break. I do have to go to the bathroom really quick.
Okay.
But when we come back, go ahead.
like while you're doing that, should I show them stuff or do you want to wait?
Well, I mean, you're more than welcome to, and I'll put it to that you can do that. Okay? So
Okay.
you're good to go.
I
Please.
can't see the chat. I wish I could see the chat so I could answer questions.
Oh no. So what you would do if you wanted to see the chat, you would open up another browser tab and open
Got
up
it.
twitch.tv/Jose Mugre, which, by the way, if anybody doesn't understand that that's not my real name, that translates to Joe Dirt. For anybody that didn't like realize that that wasn't like a real name or anything like that, that's Joe Dirt.
mv.ny.gov.
Wait, my bad.
Oh no, are you watching an ad?
Meta. Yeah, I can see myself now.
Okay, turn the volume off, right?
Yeah, volume is off, muted.
Now you can see the chat, okay?
Stream chat.
And then
Hello?
you're open right now. What you see on the screen is you. You're free to read whatever the hell you want to. You have full reign. Please show off what you got going on.
I can also help you too, Sophia.
Oh, wait, okay, because like I think I have to like make an account now. Like there's like a whole thing going on here.
If you just show, I can read it to you. I can tell you.
Okay.
Oh no, is it making a Twitch account?
No, yeah, it's fine, don't worry. We got this. Okay, so you'll let me know if you see anything in the
I got
chat.
you. I got you.
Alright, cool. Alright, so let me move this over here. And I will share my screen. Okay, so I guess to get started, this is an example of like the first. I don't know if the zoom in might not be like based off what I'm seeing here, but this is like a full screen. Here, wait, let me just escape from the full screen. You can see better there, maybe. No.
Yeah.
It kind of cropped, right?
That's kind of crap. That's okay.
But it's okay. So basically, I mean, I wish you could see a little. Let me see if.
Wait, no, hold on.
It's
No,
just
I'll
really
figure it out.
zoomed in for
I'll
some
figure it
reason,
out.
yeah.
Sorry, no. I got you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Okay, so this is like a screenshot of like my the second exhibition that I did in Miami. Actually, this is the one where someone came in and was like, "Why are you here?" This is the exact exhibition that I did. It was called When the Computer Made Art. It was it was based off this idea of a book actually called When the Machine Made Art, and it really covers the history of computer generated artwork and how it was really met with a lot of disdain in the beginning and kind of just scoffed at. So this exhibition really wanted to play to this idea that, paradoxically asserting that, coding is not a replacement of, is more of an extension of the human mind, not a replacement. And so that's why I thought, When the Computer Made Art was kind of like a fun title for it. It was a group show. I have, Helena Sarin over here. I have Dmitry Cherniak. I had 2 pieces from him. Manolo Gamboa Naon, for those, if there's anyone here who's like a big generative art fan, he's definitely one of the OGs. And yeah, it was a really great show. Zach Bottorff, he's one of my favorite artists for sure, and Ben Snell, he's a genius. The sculptures that he does were trained on classical Greek and Roman sculpture, and he would train this neural network, get the molds, and he would run it once on a computer and then grind the computer to dust. So in these sculptures, you actually have the ground up computer that generated the mold become part of. It's a physical manifestation of itself, which I thought was really, really cool. These are some examples of the posters that I tend to do for the shows. This one I actually coded up the animation for it, which I thought was really fun. That was our first show that we did with Tyler and Dimitri. The second one is basically When the Computer Made Art, and then the last one here is Yuma Kishi. It was a solo show we did with a Japanese artist. And yeah, I really like to play around with this idea of animated posters and having fun with what it means to have a poster in today's age. So yeah, this is a kind of a screenshot that we partnered with we were asked to co-curate an exhibition with One Times Square. Thank you to Jess Knatzer who organized. We basically, because of COVID, everything was canceled, and no one could experience New Year's in New York like they typically did. So they created this entire like universe of basically rebuilt Times Square, and we took over all of the boards and filled them up with art, and then you could go into this gallery and you had a bunch of different artworks there, and we had a lot of really great pieces from a lot of really awesome artists in there. So that's another thing that we did. And then Helena Sarin, also who I just like touched on earlier. I offer a lot. I do prints for a lot of these artists, and so this is kind of an example of the prints that we do for people. Another thing I wanted to show you was...
Keep going, please.
Yeah, so the AC collection. So AC is a dear friend of mine. I've known him for many years. He was very big into, he was a big Bitcoin guy for a really long time, and this year he really started to get into NFTs. So throughout this time, me and him have worked a lot together, I've advised him on a lot of his purchases and helping him curate. He's definitely picked out, plenty on his own, but we collaborate a lot.
Sure.
And so I wanted to show you his collection and how collectors are really looking at how to display the artwork that they end up buying. So he has probably one of the best collections of subscapes. This is a product by Matt Delorier, who is just an incredible artist. And this is what I mean by like long form generative art. Like you can see all of these pieces here. They all look extremely different, but very like you can tell that they come from the same project, and that's what makes it so powerful. It's really one of my favorite.
Sure. Sorry, one thing. So this person, you were telling us a story, I think before stream, about someone who had like this vast collection. Is this the person who you're talking about? Like where you're showing off now? Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay.
So
sure.
This is so this is some of, because it's not even all of his. This is some of AC's collection. You can see the AC. A lot of these, pretty much all of these come from art blocks, and it's a really, really great collection. These are a bunch of ringers. So he used to work in, he still does work in aerospace,
Sure.
and this ringer looks like an airplane. It was like perfect for him. I was like,
come on, right?
If you need any ringer, it's that one. So I'm super happy that he got it.
Fuck the goose. He's got this one. This speaks to, this is more personal, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. And then he has all these fidenzas, and not to mention the micro fidenza right here. These things are, the micro fidenzas are one of those that really got just awesome. So yeah, these are some of the pieces in his collection, and this is really, we're starting to see more and more collectors build out galleries like this so that they can showcase their work. And then, so that was, I wanted to just show you guys that, and then, these are just some of my,
I screen grabbed your NFT.
Yeah.
Now I own it. Thanks, Peter McCormack, for the wonderful piece of history.
Like, when I saw, I don't think you understand the first time I saw, when I saw he posted this, it was really the first time I felt compelled to buy an NFT. Because at that point, I had been working it, and I had been selling them and all these, but I hadn't bought one yet, and I was like, this is it. This is my time.
No, and... I mean, sorry, that is just, there's nothing more than fuck you as far as inspiration.
No, for sure. And then these are some of, it's amazing. And then let's see these are some of the pieces that I own. This one was actually gifted to me by one of the artists, which I really appreciate, Stefano Contiero. We have some subscapes. It's really great. My Dino Pal, really big fan of Dino Pal.
Look at that. You got some big pieces here. You're killing it.
I don't know. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if anyone knows about Dino Pals, but when they first came to the curation board, I think we were all pretty set on this is a really fun project, but it's definitely gonna have to go to factory. And I was like, that's going to factory, but I'm snagging one for sure.
Sure. I'm sorry. Can you explain the difference between curated and factory?
Yes. So let me just head over to Artblocks.
Go for it.
Artblocks is, just again, some context setting for those of you guys who don't know. Artblocks was made probably 6-7 months ago. This is a passion project by Eric. He goes by Snowfro. He's the creator of Artblocks. And, there was this idea of having curated, which we have a curation board. So anytime someone wants to upload or wants to put their project onto art blocks, it gets submitted to us, and we will all look at it, and based off the consensus, it will either go to curated, which means we promote it. We say, hey, there's going to be a curated drop on this day. There's posts about it, and we're kind of just like backing the fact that we think it's a powerful project. And then we have factory, which is more for the everyday artists to just come in and kind of like play around and upload the work that maybe didn't make it to curated, but we still think it's fun and it should be there. I think there's really only ever been like one project that we were like, that shouldn't even go to curated.
Wow.
Everything
Okay.
else, yeah, but for the most part, everyone's like, yeah, like, curated is just a really fun place to be. People and people have fun with it. Then we have artist playground, and playground is set for artists who were already part of curated, and then they can just go in here and upload more projects that they kind of want to play around with. So it's a really simple website, because again, like, he built this like for fun. The first project that ever came from here was the Chromie Squiggle. Most people, the everyday person would see this and be like, what the hell is that?
Sure.
Why do I care? But it is the Genesis project. It's actually, everything is generated. It's actually really cool if you go behind the scenes and see how it's generated as an SVG. He taught himself how to code during this entire process, and it's really cool. So he did 10,000 of them. I think his starting mint price was like 0.03. It was nothing. And now people just go berserk for Chromie Squiggles. I don't even know what the floor is, but like people foam at the mouth to get one. So that's a little bit of history context setting. So if you ever see a squiggle like that, and you're like, what the hell is that? It is the Genesis project of art blocks. Snowfro is the man. He is just such a good person and just genuinely loves generative art, and so that's why people really stand behind this project, and why if you start looking around in the generative art space and all these things, you'll see the squiggle. Respect the squiggle. It is what it is.
In the spirit of respecting the squiggle, I think we should mention that the chat just says, "Lol, me like, okay, is this paint?"
yeah. I mean, like, it is what it is. Like, here, why don't we do this? Let me go back over here. Let's go into view all. Let's go to this guy because he's fun. Okay, so we're seeing this live in the browser right now. Okay.
Sure.
So when you mint it, we're gonna do some inspecting over here.
Ooh, you're taking us under the hood right now.
Yeah. Wait, hold up.
Okay.
No, this isn't a good one to do it. Did they change it? Because before... Here, wait.
Oh, what, they had the whole code present?
Yeah, I think they might have changed some stuff up. Here, wait, hold up. Let me see if there's another one I can look at. Yeah, they changed it. Dang it. Ah, that would have been so fun. Wait, let's see.
No, it's not much.
Here, like, here's some of, like, here's the code.
Okay.
Let's check that out. This is the code that is making that. The key, if you're pressing any keys, all that, and then, but what's cool is, so in this canvas, you can't see it now, but before you could, you'd see every single SVG point, in here. I think you can actually do that now. Wait.
I'm sorry. Can we understand what an SVG point is?
Yeah. SVG is a scalable vector graphic.
Sure.
And basically, it's really just direct points on a screen. You're basically telling your computer where what to draw and how to draw it, and it's a bunch of different points. So the thing about a vector graphic is that it's I guess is the term like resolution, is that you can scale it up to any size that you want. It doesn't. It's not like a JPEG or a PNG where the pixelation will come. It's fluid, and so your computer knows how to draw out those lines and can scale at any size that you want. So, like, for example, let me go back here. Okay, let's do this. We'll go into this body really quickly. This canvas. Okay, the width is 300. Let's like switch it. We'll add like a 0 to both of them. We'll make it massive. Did I make it not massive?
Maybe a little too large.
Yeah, no, wait. I have to balance this one out now. Something's up with my...
With this...
Sorry, my keyboard's being weird.
No, you're good.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Okay, well now it's massive. Whatever. Basically, it will scale to whatever size that you want, and it won't get janky. That's why SVGs are awesome. I used to work with SVGs a lot at work, always like animating them for data visualizations, adding things in, adding things out, and you could have it at whatever size that you want, and it'll adapt, which is really, really cool. So yeah.
That's really awesome, actually. So I have a buddy who's a VFX artist. Works for like things like Disney and like things like that, and mentions that he specifically renders in these gigantic resolutions, so it looks like okay when you scale it down. So actually, what's really interesting about this kind of stuff, I mean, like you can go ahead, anybody on your own time, find some picture and say, let's say it's like 100 by 100 pixels or whatever. You blow it up to like 2400 by 2400 or whatever. It's gonna look kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
What you're saying here is that regardless of whatever size, that resolution, however much I zoom in or zoom out, this thing's gonna look relatively the same.
Yeah. So now we have, okay, so I got the SVG output now. So when you see the squiggle, you're like, okay, cool, that's a squiggle, but he had to write code that would dynamically generate this squiggle, and this is the output that's coming out. Like this SVG is what you're getting here.
No matter what the universe space is defined as.
like this here is just this little corner here. Do you see that? Like this little path is just that. And so he had to write, so like every single like circle there is being generated to create this larger squiggle, and it's crazy. It's nuts. It's so fun. Let me see. It'll scale 0, 0. So width, let's go like, let's just try one more time. We'll just like do like 10,000.
So attention to detail would be an understatement.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Where is it? Yeah, it's massive. Oh, I just made the thing big. Here, wait, let me see. Scale 1, 1. View box. Oh, that's why. Whatever. I'm not gonna get into doing all of this right now. But yeah, that's the gist of it, I guess. Like that's why this is so cool and it's really fun, and there's a lot more behind the scenes than meets the eye. It's not just like, oh, cool, a squiggle. Like there's a lot of logic that needs to be done behind the scenes to make this happen. And there's and there's also this cool aspect of it that it's interactive, that you can click it, it starts moving around, the colors are changing, and again, like it's just not as easy as it seems. If it is, I challenge you to create the Chromie squiggle. Have fun with it, and you'll see. And I think you'll get a little bit more respect trying to recreate this yourself.
That's actually definitely one thing that I've actually been able to gain more respect for things like this. That just trying to do it on your own. There is something just extremely frustrating about a code not compiling for whatever reason that may be, or anything like that. So it's this shit's crazy. This shit's like really, really crazy, because there's like a lot of other moving parts besides just this going on, like that what you're like I guess like what you're seeing, and you can say, hey, this is a cool little squiggle or anything like that. Like there's an insane amount of things going on under the hood that you just take for granted, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, bro, it's just like we don't ask ourselves any sorts of questions, like for example, I mean, like our brain is otherwise again, right? Like it's just been trained on like thousands of years of images, and how many images you get per second and stuff like that we see. I think we see it something like, we see somewhere like around like 120 frames per second is I think what the human eye is, or something like that. It's somewhere around there or whatever. So you can only imagine that these I mean, obviously I guess GAN is very different than what's going on here, but still it's pretty nuts.
No, it's crazy. And then like I have some other ones like from like the art, like on my Artxcode wallet, that I kind of like split between the two. But like I went to Venice in California and like got a crypto Venetian. So what's really fun about the crypto Venetians is it also runs on art blocks, but you have to go in person to mint it.
I love that.
Yeah, and so what was really fun with this one is that I had to. So basically, what they do is like they really make it an experience. So you go in, they drop bright tokens, which is the token that you need for it. So you don't pay for it. You just showing up is it. They drop the tokens into your wallet. You mint an artwork. They make you go into like a holding area. They make you pick a song, and then you come out to the song and like you see the reveal.
Oh my God, they hype you up.
They hype you up, and so they asked me like, what song are you gonna do? And I was like, well, do I honor the fact that I'm in California? I'm like, do I do a Sublime song, or do I honor the fact that I'm from Miami? And I had to go with Guro by Pitbull, and so that was the song that I came out to.
I love that. I love that so much. I have it throw it, making sure that I was gonna like do this interview. I could have never imagined that that was gonna be one of the stories that came out of this. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And then these are just like some more pieces that we've collected over some time, and then obviously we were talking about this earlier, I think before we started recording, but the ENS services, the .eth, and how fun that's been, where now instead of having to, I don't know if a lot of you know how it works to have a wallet address, but they're really, really long. They're really ugly. If you say, hey, I need you to send me some ETH here, or send me this NFT, you have to give like this, like, who knows how, it's like 20 characters, super, like, and so now instead of giving all those 20 characters, I can just be like, oh, send it to artxcode.eth, and that will map to my wallet address. It's kind of like a domain, it's mapping to your address, and yeah, they're super cool. I have one for myself too, Sofia Garcia.eth. Where is it? Yeah.
So,
here.
this is real important, and I'm not sure if anybody really understands kind of what's going on with those ENS names. But maybe to give a little bit of context, let's say, Bitcoin might be the internet, Ethereum is like the internet protocol, or is like TCP IP, right? Actually, Dale 305, our homie, you mentioned we saw his collection, AC.
Yeah.
Okay, I actually saw a really interesting tweet from him maybe a couple days ago, talking about how Ethereum and a lot of these things going on right now on Ethereum are basically digital property. Kind of like what you were mentioning about how like non-fungible tokens in general, this ERC 721 token is kind of like this digital property deed. Like, it's just you get to own this space, right?
Yeah.
With the ENS names, I really think that we're seeing kind of like this almost like internet 2000s boom.
Yeah.
Right?
Dot
Like
com.
that, like people were buying, okay, I saw this awesome girl named Sofia Garcia on Twitch or whatever. I'm gonna go buy sofiagarcia.com
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
No, for sure. I mean, I was actually looking for one the other day, and I saw who, like, the controller, the person who owns it, and like they had like a bazillion.
Whales, ENS
Yeah, the
whales. That's
whales
what I'm
coming
calling them.
in. Have you heard of yachts? Those are like the other ones.
I
where,
have a
like,
yacht. I have a yacht.
yeah, I do too. I have like 3. But like, let's
go.
see if they're worth anything. But like,
So far, there's no marketplace for them, so I'm 100% illiquid. I'm writing it off as a loss.
Yeah.
Just like
Okay.
as far as how I take
Oh,
things.
I have a pig with 2 rock, like the 2 rock.
Oh, fuck you, dude. That's awesome. That's killer. Hell yeah. That's killer. So I actually saw another interesting tweet earlier that was talking about how like the obvious use case for ENS names was like personal identifiers.
Yes.
And I guess more than that, I think it should be important to also mention that these ENS names can also serve as like, it's this cross-chain address, actually. You can tie all sorts of different wallets to this thing. So if you have multiple different type of like cryptocurrencies or anything like that, it's not only Ethereum that you can receive at sofiagarcia.eth. It's also potentially Polygon, ADA whenever the fuck they decide to come out with their shit,
Yeah.
or like any of these things, but you can actually accept all sorts of these different things. So you can actually go, hey, I can post sofiagarcia.eth across every single one of my platforms that you can ever interact with me at. Maybe even Hikatunic CH, whatever the hell that website is. You might be able to post it there, and you might be able to interact with me there as well. I think it's like really important to realize that, like, you know, a lot of us had to deal with those 28 character ugly addresses beforehand.
Really
Really,
ugly.
it really wasn't accessible to abuelita.
No,
Now,
a little bit.
this might be a big ask, but saying abuelita, you can Venmo me at, or they're not, maybe not Venmo just yet, but you can send me money to sofiagarcia.eth. It's like a step
Does he
in
have
the right
anything in
direction.
crypto, dude?
No, my abuelita does not crypto. I told you, I had to
No,
explain
my
to her.
grandmother has Bitcoin in her portfolio.
No, dude, that's fucking awesome. Yo, you're way ahead. You're way ahead of where I'm at. That's badass. Do you mind maybe talking a little bit about how Abuela is into Bitcoin? That's because that's a super cool
My
thing.
dad is like super into it.
Oh, okay, got it.
My dad also refers to himself as like Satoshi, like his name on like Instagram is like his name Satoshi, like, you know, he's all into it. He has his fake name and like, okay, dude. But he's, you know, he's that person that like just grow, like, you know, over the last few years he would call me and like be all excited about crypto and like, you know, try to walk me through charts, and I was like, okay, art. Like, it's like, I don't know. But he loves it, and he's also you know, he loves all the gadgets and gizmos, and really early on got himself like a Trezor wallet, locked himself out completely because like,
Of course, that's
he's
very
a boomer.
normal.
At the end of the day, he loves it. He thinks all of this stuff is super cool, but you know, yeah, tech is not his forte. So he totally locked himself out and lost a ton of different things.
To be fair, we're all boomer at some
It's true.
point in
It's
our
true.
lives and things like that. Were you done sharing?
Yeah, I
Any?
feel like
Okay.
that was like, you know, that was like pretty much it.
No,
you
no,
know,
no, no,
like-
for sure, for sure. That's completely fine. Okay, cool. Just checking other views of that. But yeah, no, so definitely many times we are all boomer actually. So not only was I just like half nervous for this interview last night, I was kind of staying up a little bit, but I also thought that I'd lost a piece of paper that had my wallet
Oh, seed
password and
phrase.
my
Yeah,
seed
yeah.
phrase and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. I have a
Oh
story.
man. Yeah, go ahead, please. I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so when I did that first hackathon that I spoke about, the creative coding one, the creative hackathon, when I first learned about CryptoPunks, all that stuff, that's when I made my first MetaMask. I wrote my seed phrase down in a notebook. That is the account that currently holds all of Artxcode's stuff. That is currently in a notebook in storage that is like en route, and I'm just like praying to God that like it gets here.
Because you literally don't have another copy of that
No,
anywhere.
no, it's in that notebook.
And it's a
That's it.
fucked up password.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I gotta move all that stuff over to cold storage. But yeah, let's see if it survives. If not, I could just, you know, they'll sit there. No, I have the wallet. I have the wallet on my phone and on another laptop.
So my wallet is backed up by a sticky note on the back of my phone.
Well, now you gotta change that.
Now I gotta change that. Now I gotta change that, and I've actually been making. The reason I'm like letting it be known is because I'm kind of, you know, cool with. I'm at that point that I need to change that, so I'm like kind of like making fun of myself for having that there. But no, man, definitely it's a fucked up. So there's so many new things to learn in this space, right?
Yes.
Like there's what you're working with. There's what you're working with underlying kind of like is this piece of art potentially that you might want to buy. There's the currency that you have to deal with. Then on top of that, there's the security protocols kind of in place of that. So like it's not just this like email. It's not like I can get somebody on the phone. I can't just call MetaMask and be like, "Hey, where the fuck's my money?"
I always say this: the pro and con of blockchain is the decentralization. I mean, like, it is the ultimate pro, it is the ultimate con. At the end of the day, we always want to be able to call someone and get upset when something doesn't work. And now it's like, oh no, that was on you. You know, like, there's nothing that,
Yeah.
like, it is what it is. You know, there's no centralized unit that you can call and be like, where the hell is my password? Let me in. It's like, like that
Yeah.
Eric Andre meme, like, let me in.
Let me in. Yes, yes,
It's the same.
exactly.
It's the same thing. I think we will start to see, for better or for worse, a little bit more centralization or just a difference in user experience to help us, you know, get interact with the blockchain in patterns we already understand, in like user patterns.
I mean,
that we
but
already
but at the same time, it also kind of makes sense, you know, like it's ignorant to think that we're not all kind of like that dumb boomer.
Yeah. No, no, I'm so
Anyone can be that at any point, and you know, like obviously, I guess for the sake of security for the rest of who are participating, it's good for like things like seed phrases and passwords. But at the end of the day, it might like that. Don't get me wrong, like because like you can't you can't undermine like some of the guys that were like super early into crypto that were like very much like for this idea of decentralization, saying, hey, you know
of
what,
course, of
fuck
course.
you banks, we're
Yeah.
gonna do our whole other thing, we're gonna fuck you Federal Reserve, we're gonna work on our whole other like side, we're gonna try to make our own currency, however ridiculous that might actually be, you know, because the Federal Reserve kind of owns all of us, but like like just being real, but like
Right.
but these guys were out here saying, you know what, like I want decentralized everything, and that actually seemed to be kind of like the how like that was like maybe one of the scales on which
Yeah.
your project was measured. How decentralized are you?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously this like utopian vision of what decentralized finance, just a decentralized world ecosystem looks like. But you know, there's also the reality of human nature, and that we're all just a little, you know, we forget things, and you know, we do need a little bit of help. And so,
To
you know,
say
I've been
things
seeing
much better.
you know some interesting takes on this. There's a company NFTs that's come out. They're relatively new, but what they do is you sign up with a username and with an account, and with that username and account, they give you a wallet associated with that username and account versus the other way around.
Oh,
Right
okay.
now, as it works, you have to have your wallet address, which is that, like, you know, 24 letter whatever, that acts as your login. Like, that is your passport into, like, your gateway into these different web3 applications. So when you want to go onto OpenSea and place a bid on something, you connect your wallet, you sign in with your wallet versus putting in a username and your password. And so that's kind of like the difference, and why, you know, if you lose access to your wallet, you're kind of screwed. Um, but I think that's a really interesting take on it, where it's associated more with your identity that you give them, and then that's where your wallet lives versus kind of the other way around. So,
Sure. Because I mean, at least at the end of the day, you would be able to prove your identity to somebody. In the absolute worst case scenario, that
yeah.
say for example you lost the sticky note that's in your phone case.
Well, there. So I've been really interested. I've been really interested in the idea of like trust and estate
I was so scared.
planning, trust and estate planning for you know, NFTs for collectors. You know, what does it look like if you have multi-million dollar NFTs and you want to leave that in your will, or you want to make sure that you can pass that down over to your kids? What does that look like? What does the security look like? Who's holding it in custody? You know, and through all these conversations that I've been having with different people, you know, they are starting to come up with different solutions. And so one of them is this idea of a multi-sig wallet, so multi-signature. There are multiple people that can be in a wallet at once, and you know, more than one person will need to sign off if you want to transfer an NFT. Or let's say there's this company now, they're working on one called Autonomy, and the idea being that you can have, let's say, like four. Like 3 out of 4 signatures. It could be you, one person, and then the company would be one, and Apple would be another one. They don't know any information. They
Sure.
just hold, like, you know, like, let's say you lost your phone and you can no longer access your wallet. Well, Apple or this company can get you back in.
Yeah.
Or let's say you you haven't touched your wallet for 8 months. That will automatically trigger, give your legal guardian or your children's legal guardian access to that wallet. Little things like that to make sure that you can always get your assets and make sure that they go to the right person without having to entrust it into a third party custodian, which is typically how it works now.
Sure.
We're starting to look into, custody for assets and holding them in a spot where they can be insured and protected and things like that. And right now, there's really only one company I know that has insured custody. They're based in Hong Kong and Singapore. Their name is Hex Trust. They actually handled the custody for the last Sotheby's NFT auction.
Sure.
But there's a lot going on in that space, and something I'm super interested in, and I look at it all the time, just because I do think it's a service that needs to be offered to collectors, especially as they continue to accumulate more wealth throughout this process.
Definitely. As far as like where I was, like 2017, I had this piece of paper that had legit all my passwords, all my secret keys on it, and then also a note to my family, just in case anything ever fucking happened. These are the keys to my this wallet, that wallet, and this wallet. So you put this one in first, you put this one in last, and that's how you can potentially get the access, send my money. Google it, how to move it.
Thinking about it, there are also people who engrave it onto steel and have them in lock boxes at the bank. Like, there are people like very like, I was talking to a guy the other day. He has all of his stuff engraved on a steel like plate, and he keeps it locked in the bank.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's amazing.
No.
I mean, it's the different things, I guess, that you take, but also not everybody's that crazy. And but the thing, so it's easy to call that crazy, right?
Yeah.
Because it seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
And I even feel crazy just writing my shit on a note and saying, hey, just in case anything happened to me, here. I have like a couple of things or whatever. Maybe it might help you out. I don't know. But even that kind of feels crazy. So like definitely like having like that custodian, that ability to have a custodian is really, really useful. And then I guess further than that, something that's happening now, especially now that, say for example, let's say like Punks is maybe one of the first or easy pieces for people to kind of denote like where value is in like the NFT space. I actually so I think like early January-ish or whatever is when I start getting, me personally, I'd always been trading crypto for the past couple years and like things like that. I've been like super duper into, like, I'm in it for the tech.
Yeah.
Right? But no, I've been involved with crypto for like just a little bit. I kind of have like a little bit of an understanding of what's going on, but NFTs I don't jump in until this past January. With a bunch of different like it was completely the wrong. It's the type of machine art that Walter Benjamin is advocating against, really.
Yeah.
All these like pieces, collections on Nifty Gateway that are coming out of like just like XYZ popular name, and they're making like 10,000 pieces of the same shit. So it's like, how am I supposed to actually value any of this? And then not just that, they had things like open mints, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where like literally every single person who might have wanted one gets to get one.
Yeah, for a time period. I think Pack did a really cool thing though, where it was like open, but then you could burn them.
Yes.
I don't know. In the collection you saw, I had the 5, but I bought 9 of them like a psychopath, and I did burn all of my single ones.
Sure, and that's almost this like extra reality game, like outside of like what you're playing. It gives you a potential to add value to what you got going on. And then for anybody that doesn't understand or might know who Pac is, this is it starts with an A. What is it? Artifact? What is it?
Archilect.
Archilect. Thank you. Okay, yes, Archilect.
Yes. Let's talk about Archilect.
Let's talk about Archilect.
Let's do it, because I have been obsessed with that for a very long what was
Amazing,
really cool
right?
so what was really cool about Pac and what he started doing was he created probably one of like those first, I guess, like generative curators. It was a Twitter account, and basically it would like scour the web and it would just curate like the most amazing selection of art I've ever seen. It was such a cool curation, and you can follow him now. It's at Archillec, right? Archillect, yeah.
I'll
Get
Google it to make sure.
yeah, something like that. But I mean, it was just so fun, and so it was this program that he wrote, and and that's kind of how people started really to get to know him, and it's just and it constantly tweets out. I think he also created an Instagram account for it. I definitely used to like poach images from there and post it all the time because I thought it was so cool. And yeah, then he started getting into NFTs and posting some work, and he just the way he thinks about things is really impressive, and he has a lot of really awesome collectors that back him. And so when he came out onto the scene now with the Sotheby's drop, I mean, I wouldn't say he came out onto the scene with it, but when he dropped that, he really played around with just all of it. It was really such an event. He was collecting people. I mean, he was rewarding people who collected from him, were collectors very early on. He was rewarding people who were in the space really early on, and then he played around with this idea of open editions. And so you have the open editions, you could buy them as many as you want for a certain amount of time, but then he brought in this other level called Ash. And so the idea was you can take what you purchased, whether it be 1 cube, 5 cube, there were all these different types of cubes. You could burn them for Ash, and Ash now is this token that at that point was assigned 0 value. We still don't know.
Yeah.
You get this Ash, and now with this token, you can now only buy his artwork with Ash.
Okay.
And so, it's kind of like playing around with this idea. And so you can burn any NFT also to get Ash, but there are certain artists that if you burn the NFT, you get more Ash. They hold a little bit more weight. And it's kind of like playing around with this idea of scarcity and and value, and there's so many different things at play there, and it's really, really cool. So we'll see ultimately how much, like if you go on Uniswap, you could probably switch out, like sell some of your Ash for ETH kind of thing. And so I don't even know how much Ash I have. I'll have to double check, but it's there, and it was a really cool project. And so now we have this whole idea of like token economics, and a lot of artists playing around with rewarding early collectors, or just allowing your NFT to become like this. Now it's like this unlockable content, so to speak. So like a really good example was Jeff Davis is a really cool artist. He also works at Art Blocks, and I remember him posting a project, and I was like, I want to buy one. And so I went in, I ran over, I'm trying to buy it, and I didn't have the token to buy it. I was like, what the hell is this? And I messaged him, and I was like, yo, I want to buy this artwork, what's up? And he's like, oh, well, have you purchased any of my artwork beforehand? And I was like, no. He's like, yeah, sorry, this is only for people who, they were airdrop tokens because they were collectibles of mine. And I was like, how, this is so embarrassing. I was like, okay. The shame!
I'm just gonna have to take it.
It's kind of like this idea, and I think, as more people, and you look at the CryptoPunks, you see at the Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, these communities that are getting built around, like this exclusivity of being part of a club, I think are going to continue to build upon that. And like, when we have video games now, that I'm sure you'll be able to like explore certain areas, but hey, you can only enter this area if you're a Bored Ape holder.
Sure.
Or you can only enter this area and get access to this if you're a CryptoPunk holder.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to start seeing more and more of those types of things come up.
And thank you for getting into that as well. That Archilect dude, Pac, as like his OpenSea name, right?
Yeah.
That dude, his algo kind of shares a couple things like based on like what it scrapes up off Twitter. Yeah. And stuff like that, right? Like it gives like genuine moods, right? So like the thing is like
mood. I don't know how he does it. I'm like, how?
Bro, but it's like it's almost scary or creepy at certain points because like there's gonna be like certain geopolitical events like kind of happening that kind of makes it feel like the world's falling apart as it seems, and that motherfucker on Artxcode tweets like the world on fire or some shit like that, and it's specifically like a globe on fire, not like just a fire happening somewhere, but like legit like it's like the world on fire. So it's like it's creepy in certain cases with that. So like it's absolutely beautiful that someone can make that and they not be the eye curating that, because like I also feel like a certain amount of pride in being able to find like certain funny images on the internet or certain funny videos and sharing them with friends and like getting engagement out of that, like getting engagement like out of like sharing like certain like this thing that I think's funny, but like I know that's not like the main meme that you saw of the day or whatever, like getting engagement out of that. I love that. I love that shit. I live for that type of shit. When someone tells me that they share, or rather, like, identifies that they share my sense of humor,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
I mean, I think my Instagram account beforehand was very much like I would just share really rogue images and like you either got it or you didn't.
Yeah.
And I didn't really care what, but I ended up finding like, you know, a lot of people being like, I love your Instagram, like this is awesome. And it was because like I just went rogue and I was just like showing like I was very much like a visual diary, a la like I was very inspired by Artxcode totally, but I was a curator
Exactly.
versus the program that I wrote. But yeah, now I've definitely become a little bit more basic about it. I'm like, okay, I guess I have to like provide content, but you know,
to an extent, right? Like you have like sort of like now this like responsibility. You're not just some like 2014 Tumblr page.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a mood board type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was something about Artxcode. Well, I guess getting back into him though, there was creepiness about kind of what he shares. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember exactly what my point was with that one. You were sharing something really interesting about it too beforehand.
Just like how it, like his project and how he went about. I think we were talking about kind of like the like maybe it was like unlockability or something along those lines. Like that like you know the artwork now has like another layer to it. Like you can't. It's not just an image. It's not just an artwork now. It really is kind of like it becomes its own economy in its own way if you want it to be.
Yeah.
You know, it can become its own ecosystem. Like a project doesn't have to be just a project where you share artwork. It can go like a million levels deeper if you wanted to, and I think that's what's really cool too, that like we don't even know, we're just scratching the surface of it all, and Pac was really one of the first to really show us what was possible and like put it in our face like that. So you know, it was definitely had to bring that part.
No, definitely, and thank you for reminding me. So I guess part of it had to do with like the tokenomics of like all this kind of stuff going on, and just like the extra, I guess I would call it like AR, right? Like augmented reality, like not necessarily like completely in this extra world, but still somewhat tied to what we're doing, maybe by way of geolocation or certain things like that. Like we saw something about like the rise of that in like studio like Pokemon Go, for example.
Yeah.
That came out of Niantic Studios or whatever. That it was like this AR game that, you know, like you got to play as long as you were looking at the phone or whatever. You'd be able to catch whatever Pokemon when you went to like the Quickie Mart, but when you went to the gas station or anything like that, you got those things or whatever the fuck was over there or anything like that. And it's actually kind of interesting because like I do think like I've definitely seen memes about it. People regard that as like maybe like the one time that the world actually had peace when Pokemon Go came out. Like there was like this like
everyone like walking around like
dude, there was this 2-week period where you went out of your house and you were like talking to people and you're like, hey friend, how are you in life and shit like that.
Yeah, dude, it was a good time. Yes.
Yeah, no, but like things like that happen and stuff like that, and like do you think that specifically these AR types of things are actually really taking over? And this is kind of what was leading me towards talking about loot. Specifically, loot kind of had this whole grassroots fucking vibe.
Yeah, tell me about it.
If not, if I'm not mistaken, it's this guy's name is Dominic.eth with the CK at the end.
Okay.
This is the guy who's the CEO of Vine.
Okay.
And I want to say one other important company, but it's kind of escaping me. But still, he creates this project and tells people, do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to make a derivative of it, go for it. You know, like obviously we're loot, but you can be XYZ of loot. So say I am some sort of, I'm not sure if you played D&D or anything like that before or whatever. Basically just like certain type, like basically like a role-playing game where you kind of
Yeah.
like assume a role. You say, hey, I'm the fucking Wizard of Miami. I have +3 croqueta powers.
Yeah,
I have
thank you. I was waiting for
+2
the contact plug.
cafecito. I have, thank you. By the way, I looked for the croqueta.eth. Not available. I want to say it might be our friend AC. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But it's gone. So is cafecito.eth.
All right,
They're all
I'm
gone. There's some Cuban motherfucker taking all this shit. Good for them,
ridiculous.
honestly. But like,
No, this is ridiculous. No, I'm kidding. I had to see it be used for good in some capacity. I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen though. There's a community of Cuban artists now. They have like the cafecito challenge. I bought a piece. They did an exhibition of maybe like 2-3 weeks ago. And it was awesome. So yeah, I think it's been really awesome to see.
So
getting
I've
there.
I've half been starting to connect with Cuban artists.
Mhm.
Actually, more specifically, there was this girl who's actually like on the island. She draws. Hold on. She joined a space the other day, and her name is Carla, and she draws kind of like erotic type of like anime style art. Um, yeah, I mean, all her shit looks super fucking cool. I'm someone who's like watched like a lot of anime in my own time and like things like that. So like her art was all super fucking dope. And what was really cool was to hear that the rest of the space. So one thing, and it sucks, bro. And I call it a boys club and stuff like that. Not just because I call it a boys club, but I fucking go on and it like Twitter Spaces or whatever, and
Yeah.
some girls trying to talk, and like a bunch of dudes start talking over her. So this was actually one experience where I saw that the dudes kind of gave her a chance to speak. This was
Mhm.
actually an all Cuba NFT, like Twitter space, which by
Yeah.
the way I highly recommend. If you guys want to learn whatever the fuck about what's
Mhm.
going on, wherever, like
Mhm.
I was able to learn more about the Cuban experience as someone who's living in Miami as like a Cuban person and stuff like that, living there, like just joining one of these spaces besides like the art. Um I highly suggest joining Twitter Spaces. It's like literally zero risk except like maybe having a plug at headphones, your headphones or AirPods in or whatever, and you get to learn so much about people and how the fuck they put themselves out. But anyways, they gave space for this girl named Carla. I'll find her exact Twitter right now so I can plug it because she draws super fucking cool shit.
Yeah.
Carla Ruiz. It's
There we go.
Carlotic97. I'll share it in the chat, and then I have two more questions to
Okay.
from the chat from you. Not that I'm telling you to go, but that I do have those questions. Sorry.
I have to let me go back on Twitch so I can see them. Oh.
Switch. Okay, so two questions. Question first is this was back when you were talking about squiggles. I remember this
Oh,
question now.
okay, okay.
So, squiggles, someone says, dude, okay, it's MySpace on crack.
Yeah.
All
Pretty
right.
much. Yeah,
And
yeah.
then she says, and you choose a song? Question mark.
A song?
Yeah, they're well, I guess they're kind of like in the headspace of very much like this is a MySpace thing. So,
Oh my God. I wish I would love to have like my MySpace song with my there are some NFTs that incorporate music, which is pretty fun. And there I mean, that's a whole other rabbit hole with like the music NFTs. Um it's a conversation for another day for sure.
yeah.
You know, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but yeah, I mean that would be really cool.
Yeah. And as far as that, I think one of the bigger guys in that space, his name's Def Beef.
Yes,
He
yes,
released this
I love his work.
monstrous collection
Yeah,
that all had different, very different themes. The one that I'm more familiar with is called Entropy. That was
yeah.
basically anytime you sent it, the audio quality of this thing deteriorated over time.
It's so sick.
So kind of
I
wild.
mean, there are a few artists that I really admire that use music as kind of like the backbone for their work. Actually, I think
Sure.
Zach Bodtorf is one. I've always been such a fan of his, and he's actually an audio engineer and uses a lot of that data to create like beautiful works of art. Then there's what's his name?
I'm
Why am
sorry.
I
Do you mind spelling Zach Bodtorf's name?
Yeah, Zachch, yeah, Zach, and then Bodtorf, 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 yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, he's awesome. He just had a baby, and so he took like a bit of a break this year. But I've been such a fan of his work for so long, and he just does such cool things with audio data. That you know it's awesome. He's actually going to we're going to be releasing a collection together like in the next few weeks. So. I had to give him a call.
Dude.
Like, what's up? Like, we gotta get your work. Let's go. Like, I'm like a huge fan of his, so I think it'll be great.
That's
Um,
awesome. That's really awesome. Okay, so I guess I'd mentioned this guy earlier. The same podcaster, Back to Z Future.
mhm.
He kind of speaks about this future in where we have. He's describing these things. There's just multimodal AI models cropping up, and modal just really referencing any of our five senses, right? So GPT-3 would be our like modal sense of like the mouth, or StyleGAN would be our modal sense of the eye. There's a couple other ones I think like VQGAN. It's like another like better eye one and like things like that going on or whatever. But basically, what this guy is describing, and one thing that he went through was which as someone from Miami, I can't help but explain but call it Dale. And
Yeah.
I know that the guys definitely don't pronounce it that way.
No,
It's
but
Dali, as in, the famous artist Salvador Dali, but I'm gonna claim that shit
all right,
like
all
it's
right.
ours.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the Dale AI model.
That's I have a funny take on that story there. Has to do with sports girl and their Dale wings, which apparently I learned are actually Dale wings. So
Delicious. Absolutely
yeah.
delicious. Can you please tell that story? I'm ready.
Well, that they're actually Dale wings. They're not Dale wings. And every time I'd call, I'd be like, "Yeah, I want some of those Dale wings." And like someone's like, "Okay, Dale wings," and I was like, "Wait." And then I found out that they're a larger company and like they're not just based in Miami, and so they are totally Dale wings. I know. I know. I don't want to talk about it. We can pretend I never said it, but I just thought it was, it is what it is. I'm sorry.
I I don't I don't even know what to say. Are you fucking kidding me right now? What the fuck? Bro, are you dude,
Look, it is what it is.
I need a second. I need a second. Bro,
Your be back soon sign also top notch.
Thank you. I appreciate you, but dude, what the fuck, man? That's crazy. I've been going to that place for 28 years and I've never fucking known that until this moment.
I mean, I think we need to stand firm and just reappropriate it. It's the Dale wing. It will continue to be the Dale wing, and it is what it is. You know,
like don't get me wrong. Like I like saying Dale. Like I think that's funny, right? Like I think it's like a funny way to like make fun of like folks, you know. But like the fact that that is actually how they think about it fucks me up a little bit.
I agree. I feel very similar. I share your sentiments. It's why I brought it up. But you know, let's move on. We're better than this. We know. It's Dale. But you know, it is what it is.
Fuck, bro.
I know. We have left this conversation as new people.
Are you familiar with the meme? It's this girl and she's just like nada más. Wait. Soy un Latina. Nada más tuve suerte. Is like how she like.
No, I haven't seen that.
All right, let's see if we can find that. Give me 1 second. This is where we're at now, by the way. In our
the conversation we're meme hunting now.
yes.
Oh, should I show my favorite meme that I showed you before?
Oh yes, please. This is exactly the time.
This is it. Can you see it? Can you read it?
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I can see it. Yeah. Wait. Oh.
I saw this on Twitter and like laughed out loud for so long that like I it on my desktop. Like it's just so good and like this like hot take, like you just like see it. And yeah, it's easily just like top tier meme in my mind, in my heart.
If you're a Sopranos person, you know this resonates with you and you can hear it, but I'll try to read it out. It's called a non-fuckable token. They're worth so much money because they're made of computers.
It's so good. Okay. That is my meme share.
There you go. All right. I got one.
I am half Latina. I didn't ask to be born Latina. No más tuve suerte.
I can't even hear it and like it's hilarious.
Oh man, you're gonna have to watch the VOD on that one, I guess. Wait, hold on. We'll try to get a reaction out of that. We'll go with the chat here on Twitch. See if I can chat to you. Okay, cool. I shared the link, and then obviously we'll know when you see it because it's impeccable. It's a great meme.
I am half Latina. I didn't ask to be born Latina. No más tuve suerte.
It's such a good shit post too. Like,
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm glad. I know you're gonna add it to your repertoire for the future.
Added.
All right, so I have one more. I have another question. So it's okay. So it's I guess like a group of questions. It starts off with, how do you know? How do you claim to own or have created the code? Right, and then we have a couple follow-ups.
How do I claim to have created the code to create an artwork?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, interesting. It's like that artwork's never existed before on the blockchain. I mean, well, actually, we did have a situation where there was an artist that submitted a project and they basically scraped the code from open processing, which is a kind of a place where people make make artwork with code and experiment. And it was quite the situation. Luckily, the original artist was really cool about it and said that it was totally justified, and he edited it enough to make him feel comfortable, and it was fine. But the best thing that you can do is just be extremely diligent from the marketplace standpoint. I think you look at marketplaces like Super Rare, they actually have like a pretty intensive onboarding process where they interview you. You have to show your face. They have to see all of your profiles and really trying to prove like you are the artist that's creating this artwork. I know now, Artbox again has only been around for 7 months. It all started off as like good fun. Now they're starting to put more security guards on there and doing kind of like their diligence to make sure that the code that they're uploading there is genuinely theirs. But I think the name of the game, especially in this like community, is like we're constantly learning from others, and open source is a huge part of this ecosystem. And I think one of the most interesting parts of this it's actually a larger story. So the first AI generated artwork that was sold by Christie's, it sold for $500,000 at auction a few years ago, and it was actually a huge controversy because it was sold by this Parisian collective called Obvious, and it was sold for again $500,000, but it was based off neural networks that were trained by another artist called Robbie Barrett. And it kind of kicked off this entire conversation of like, what does it mean to what does open source mean in like this time now where we're selling, when so much money's on the table? What is owed to the artist, what isn't, what constitutes the original, what it just kicked off this entire conversation. And this was pre-NFT also, so it does get complicated when so much code is open source online, but they do tend to have some Creative Commons or MIT licenses around them and saying what you can and cannot do with the code. Maybe that was like a long-winded answer for
No,
that, but
no, that's perfect.
all that context.
That completely works. Okay, so then just slight follow-ups. There's one kind of Mimi follow-up to that. And sorry if we're getting to your questions late. But this one isn't Mimi. This part isn't Mimi. If the code's so easily accessible, like how you're mentioning, that it's all open source, how does it accrue value?
I mean, I don't think that people are buying the artwork to like. Yes, there are some people that are like trying to accrue value, but the value isn't in the accessibility of the code. The value's in the actual output that you're seeing and the way that the community decides to connect with it. I don't think that. And again, like that is the original program. If some other artist came around, scraped that code, and tried to do a whole project of Chromie Squiggles, I think collectively the entire community would tell them to fuck off. Honestly, it wouldn't.
There
It
you
really
go.
so I think that's the power of like NFTs now, where we already have this historical ledger. All these transactions are already there. We know who did it first, and so yeah, that's also like the provenance of being able to track where an artwork came from, at what time, where it's switched hands. That all adds into it, and so yeah.
Sure. Okay, so then I guess the next question I think is probably a quicker answer, but do you own any Bored Ape Yacht Club?
No.
Okay. So more in the chat. We're crossing we're crossing our fingers for you, Soph. I think that might have been during the wallet password talk and stuff like that. But one thing that folks are bringing up is COVID. And I actually think it's really important to maybe talk about how important do you think COVID is in bringing you to your current role as founder of Artxcode, someone who's curating digital art for folks, really
Massive, yeah.
potentially like maybe like 10 years before it's supposed to happen in normal conditions.
I mean, 1,000%. I think that I've been chatting about NFTs for some moment now, and I thought we still had at least like 5 years before people were going to be talking about
Sure.
it, the way that we're talking about it now. But COVID definitely just enhanced the way that we communicate online, because we really had no other choice. We were sitting at home, doing nothing. So if
Yeah.
I could go to an art opening in crypto voxels, walk around, drink my wine in real life, go take a look at the artwork, bid on it, um, I was going to do that instead of just, twiddling my thumbs sitting around. So I think that COVID made a huge role. I mean, even in that first story that I told you why I ended up going full NFT, is because we had to put a show up online. It ended up being bust, and it had to go online because we couldn't do it in person. That led me to go and experiment with NFTs only. And since then, it's just, yeah, it's taken off completely. So for better or for worse, the COVID really allowed a space to develop and to flourish, because we were all at home on our computers. And now I can kind of, people have taken off, and they really like it. But yeah.
Sure. And no, it's actually super interesting. I see it in my own personal life. I have an engineering background. I studied chemical engineering. And then I work for Broward County, in like air quality, shit like
Hmm.
that. And I help people make applications online. That's like the big thing. Like our in-person permitting office closed, and so
Hmm.
now really I'm helping Abuelita
Hmm.
make permits for me. I'm saying, Abuelita is super duper used to coming into the office saying, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Mi vida, all that whole
Yeah.
thing. And then now she doesn't get that, right?
Mhm.
So now it's mi vida over the phone, but also make, help me speak to you type of thing or whatever. So it's
Yeah.
like a really cool thing, but at the same time, I've actually not really had it's not been a tough process at all onboarding these people who I would think would it would take me like a day and a half to talk to a single person and say, hey, turn your pop-up blocker off or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
These older folks are 100% getting it in a way that I would have never seen if not presented with the reality that you might not ever fucking get to go into a permit office again or ever get
Yeah.
to meet in person and transact in person again. You got to do this 100% online. You got to tell us who you are. You got to tell us what you're doing. You got to upload stuff and stuff like that. It's crazy to see these folks who are well into their 60s, 70s, and so on perform this work and stuff like that. So that's definitely translates down. That's definitely kind of why I wanted to ask you, um,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
about that because I think we've seen kind of this kind of like time skip in
Yeah,
technology
I mean,
that's
for
nuts.
sure. I did an interview in 2020, October 2020, and I remember writing my response, and it was kind of like, um, talking about digital art and my belief that it will one day be kind of well accepted, like accepted to own a digital art collection. And if you're an artist and you haven't heard about NFTs, you should definitely, look into it. Um, by the time that was published, it was published maybe like a few weeks after the Beeple sale, and the Beeple
Okay.
sale there's like before Beeple and after Beeple. The Beeple sale really just like brought NFTs into the mainstream
Beep beep.
way faster than anyone could have ever imagined. And the space is still so young. Things are being developed right now. We're definitely still in this like building stage, that then like we had the everyday person try to come in and enter, and they're like, what the hell is this like shit show? And there's a lot of out of context outrage around NFTs that we're seeing from different artists and stuff like that, because we're
I stole
still,
your JPEG.
yeah, like and like the whole environmental issue. There's so many different things, and like, oh, it's pay to play. This is a pyramid scheme, because they don't understand the concept of gas and why we have to do that in a decentralized like ecosystem. And so they're bringing up these facts and scaring everyone, because there's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what is actually happening. And so it's been a really crazy few months to see NFTs just been thrown into the mainstream when we're still in this very early stage of building. But it's definitely it just has been a huge catalyst also. So it's a double-edged sword for sure.
Sure. So, definitely very important. Some of the things you're touching upon. One, we are fucking early as fuck into
Yeah.
this space. It's like kind of ridiculous, honestly, how early we are into this space. Maybe to the extent that, like, you mentioned that, like, some maybe like generative artists kind of like maybe like start their philosophy in the 1950s.
Hmm.
Those motherfuckers don't really get to see their thesis played out until,
I mean, some of them are
well,
still around. Our queen, Vera Molnar, she's like,
okay,
she's still around. I think she might be 100. She's like in her like late 90s.
okay,
She's one of
okay.
the OGs in the space. Manfred Moore is still around. I'm pretty sure Herbert Frank is still around. But these guys are, yeah, they're a lot older. And, Vera Molnar went through hell and back, trying to bring forward her work as a woman in the traditional art space. I mean, I bought one of her pieces recently,
That's
and
beautiful.
it wasn't even, I mean, compared to the artists of today, and she should be getting a lot more respect. I'm just gonna be, I bought the work, it was $3,000. That is completely underpriced for who she is and
And
what
do
she
you,
is.
sorry, I'm sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you. Do you
Oh,
mind saying, so how long ago was that?
I bought that maybe a month ago.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Because realistically, some of the artists you represent are selling, that's a joke.
Yeah, like,
That's
like,
like, yeah.
it's and that work was shown in a gallery. It was showcased. It's been cataloged, and it's still like that was like I couldn't believe that was the price point. I was like, I mean, take my money, but also like, why is this so
It's a shame.
affordable?
No,
Like
it's
it's
a,
like
no, no, it's a
it's like
shame. It's a shame. And
yeah, because
realistically, it's people don't have the context that you have with it. Because
yeah.
if someone had the context that you have with it, it's like, hey, maybe, like, sure, ringers or maybe this other like maybe like Fidenza will sell like for this amount, but they don't exist at
Hmm.
all without this woman
I
existing.
mean, she did it. I mean, she's a fascinating character. She would like kind of like break into, like, not break in, but like she got access to these early computers, like extreme, obviously really early on, and really challenged like what she could create with it. And she has completely, surrendered her life. And these are kind of her words to, simple forms, to the square. She has completely like one of the first projects I tried to recreate when I got into creative coding was her 25 squares. And 25 squares is this idea of having a grid of 5 by 5 squares, and every time you run the program, there will be a random amount of squares that are a different color, and they're just off by just a little bit. They're kind of like they're all on this grid, but some of them are randomized in like in what in their degree of how they're created. So you'll never get a straight grid. There's always going to be some that are a little off, and then there's going to be maybe three that are red. and
Okay.
and that it's, and it sounds so silly, and oh, that sounds so simple, but it's actually, again, like, try it yourself. Try to create a 5 by 5 grid. You don't, and every time, and each square is kind of off its axis, and there's going to be random squares that are red.
I mean, and
Try it out.
not and bro, and not just that, but like, who the fuck is thinking about it in the 1960s or whatever the fuck when she's
I
like
mean,
first. I don't know
yeah.
if I'm exact on that date or whatever when she's talking about it, but
Yeah,
like,
she started creating work, yeah, in like the 60s, 70s. I
okay,
mean, for the
so yeah, yeah, like in that time period, who the fuck is thinking about that problem? That is like not an issue to literally anybody.
I mean, I think what was really cool, just like in just when we like in academia, we were seeing, this kind of like more like war, the industrial war comic, where we actually needed computers to decode war messages and all of these things, and now they're being introduced into academic spaces. And we had a large, very small subset of these people really try to see what they could do to create visuals with it, that the visual art side of things. And yeah, I think I touched on it earlier. There's this book that covers all of it, when the machine made art. extreme. It was dismissed all around. No one cared. Everyone thought it was rubbish. So we've come a long way, and it's really cool to see people now finally appreciate generative art and how we interact with a computer to kind of express ourselves. Just like this new tool, and we've completely gone like above and beyond, I'm sure, and what's possible. So yeah, we definitely owe it to the OGs. It's been cool to see. I mean, and they're still around. Like
That's
again,
crazy.
like,
That's
back
crazy.
then, like,
That
we
part's
have
really
these-
crazy.
Yeah, like they're still around, and Kate Bass actually had an amazing a Kate Bass gallery in Zurich. They had an amazing opening. I think it was in 2019. It was curated by Jason Bailey of Art Gnome. You should check him out if you haven't. And George Bach, who is also a curator in Switzerland. And they had an amazing showcase, like, showing some of the greats from the OGs, also with some of the contemporaries. I was really happy to go and check it out, and it was on. I think I have a highlight of it on my Instagram if anyone wants to go and check it out, because it was really really cool. They did a great job showcasing, again, like the greats. I think Herbert Frank he was there. It was awesome, and Manfred Moore was another one. I touched on him earlier, where he actually showed his work with the computer running the program live. He did his show in New York. I didn't go to the opening night. I was having a day, and I was like, I can't go. I had to stay home. And I went over the weekend and ended up seeing him while I was there. Like, no one else was in the gallery, and I walked in and I saw him, and I was like, oh my God. And like, I introduced myself. I was like, hi, whatever. And he walked me through every single piece, and it was just the coolest experience ever to talk to someone who has been doing this since like for decades, and like who was talking about like one of his first shows ever, and people thinking that it was bullshit, like the critics saying this and this, and then now here he is having a solo exhibition in New York City, and it was really cool. It was really cool. And to have some random girl come up to him and be like, I know exactly who you are, you're so cool,
Dude, that epic nerd moment.
Yeah. Oh my God, I was geeking out so hard. Like I have
That's
like
so
my son who's
cool.
his wife, like, yeah.
Good for you, man. That is so fucking dope that one, you get to I guess like kind of experience this role as maybe like a pioneer in like what you're going on and what you're doing. But then also respect all these people that really paved the way.
Yeah.
Like going along the lines of like kind of like Newton style quotes, like, we're just standing upon the shoulders of giants.
Yeah,
You know
I mean,
that-
totally. And I have I was so obsessed with this history. This is a very tragic story. I had a folder. It was the most beautiful folder ever on my desktop, where I documented like by year, by artist, or it was by artist, by year. I think it was by decade, and all the work that they had created. I was just creating like my own little database of history and like my own writings on it, all of this stuff. One day, this is kind of like when I was like, still pretty like noob when it came to GitHub and like Git. And one day I was like trying to do something. I was like trying to like uncommit something, and I went on Stack Overflow, copied something in. I basically ended up wiping my entire computer. I wiped my entire desktop clean. I could not recover it. I sat there like a mental patient. I had been working on that for months. It was such a beautiful detail. It was the best thing ever. I was always so proud of myself, and I did so much research for this, just really trying to understand the history of computer art, and it was just all gone. I literally sat there like this for like at least an hour. Like,
I'm sure, dude.
What am I
Fuck,
gonna
bro.
do?
That's fucked up.
But I mean, hey, that's life, am I right? It's like absurdity of it all. It is what it is. But yeah.
You know the fucking vibes.
Yeah. Now I just have that story. But it also great moment. Don't copy paste everything you see on Stack Overflow. But I remember in one of my coding classes that like my professor, because the command was included the words rm-f, And I remember seeing, I'm like, RM-F. I'm like, that sounds familiar. And I was like, okay. And I put it in and I did that. And then I remember once the terrible thing happened, I remembered my professor being like, never use RM-F if you don't know what you're doing, because it's like a force remove. It's like a force delete, pretty much.
Sure.
And yeah.
This is akin to following the online chat when they tell you, hey, go ahead and delete system 32 in your in your file path.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck. Damn, bro. Well, RIP to homies.
To that folder.
RIP to some homies we've lost over the days, and I don't think there's a better time to say RIP than with a toast. This is with my Shop Mall Street wine glass.
Hey guys, Shop Mall Street.
Sophia is drinking a great energy drink called Balls.
Saratoga still water. But for those of you who grew up in Miami, there was a Scorpico computer lounge where people would go play video games, and they had a bottle like this, blue glass that was called Balls. And when you were 12 years old, you thought you were so cool drinking Balls energy drink out of the blue.
Yes, it was spelled BAWLS. And actually, it's great that you bring up Scorpico multiplayer because you were talking about something earlier called the metaverse.
Yes.
And mind you, I guess maybe people like us have spent years in front of a computer screen being called nerds. Just really doing things that we enjoyed. Whatever it was, whether it was like, like straight up like coding or playing video games or whatever it was. But you're definitely kind of like the butt of a joke, doing whatever you were doing. And then now it's kind of like, haha, motherfucker.
The nerds strike back.
Yeah, exactly.
Da Vinci?
Surprise, motherfucker. Right? Because now it's kind of like, like nerds kind of run the game instead of really like this like Wall Street, like, oh yeah, I trade this and that shit or whatever the fuck. People like you're a wealth manager.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine you realize that and like things like that, but like you're legitimately the new fucking suit on Wall Street.
I mean, okay, so the role of the curator in this space is like, it's really exciting for me because people have started to explain how important the role of a curator is right now, because there is so much out there and there's so much artwork coming out. But while I recognize that, there's also the side of the financial side that I've been approached by, honestly, one too many. I can't believe I've been approached this many times to like run a fund or to start a fund, like manage $10 million and buy all this artwork. And I'm like, no, that's not like, no. Like, it's like, in theory, sure, but like, I'm not going to be in charge of your, I can tell you, I can advise you, I think that this artist is awesome, or, I can, post about someone, or, whatever it is. But I am not going to run a fund for you, because that is how people are thinking about it. They're like, okay, well, you have a good track record of finding artists who, who end up being able to sell their money, to sell their artwork for large amounts of money. But I don't think that's not why I do what I do. I would have never. I think I speak with the artists like all the time. Like, none of us can believe this. Like, we're all like, what is happening right now?
No,
So,
of course.
It's crazy.
So when it comes to something like that, you have something that our people would like to call pena. You kind of like underestimate, you like actually realize the gravity of the situation that's going on, and you say, hey, listen, like, maybe I am good at what I do, and maybe I can consult you, but at the same time, I don't like to think about the fact that I might be in control of this extreme sum of money. And what's really interesting about that is that at the beginning of this interview, you talk about or at least we touched upon some of the points about how this is kind of like a bit of a boys club, and you shared more specific information on why that may be. Not necessarily that we have maybe like a predisposition for boys, but rather that men are kind of just louder in whatever space they might be in. So what's really interesting about this is that there are plenty of men that have maybe half, if a quarter, of the experience of the eye that you have, that are willing to take that command of a role like you're mentioning, that you're saying you're kind of like worried about. Hey, I don't want to fucking think about the fact that my eye is in charge of $10 million. Maybe it is worth that, but fuck you, I don't like that pressure. Which is total normal thing, which is like a very extremely.
But it's also, it just like defeats the purpose of what I'm doing. It's not like, I'm not here to make collectors money. I'm here to prop up artists that I believe in, and for a movement that I am just like so passionate about. Because again, I think about this at this like macro level of just like where we are in our culture and how we interact with the tools around us. It's just completely different like goals. Like I could care less if a collector is making a ton of money from the artwork that I pick. I'm picking artwork because I see an artist that is incredible and talented and should be propped up, and there are too many artists that I haven't even gotten to half the artists that I want to work with. Like it's like still so fun. I've spoken to so many artists that it's like, okay, the time will, like the one project will come. Like I can't wait to just like be able to have every artist that I've ever wanted to work with, like just like that I could just get a whole entire list of it.
Of course.
It's wild, but it's fun, and there is love in it, and it's not about it's not about the money. You can ask any of the artists that I've worked with. It's never been about that.
No, and I mean that's abundantly clear in what you're putting out, in what you're doing and stuff like that, and that is a stark difference than say the guys that come in with half your experience and say, hey, yeah, I can fucking sure. Put the captain hat on me, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're starting to see a lot more like funds come out, and I think that and like NFT funds and all of these guys who are coming in,
of course,
to do that, and that's not to say that they won't make money, because they're essentially going to be doing what a lot of the people in like the stock markets do, where they kind of like play around with prices, they get all these people involved. We have. We've seen it with a few of these projects where some people start holding a lot of them, and then they just start bringing in more and more people, and start raising the prices, and it directly benefits them as well. So it is what it is. I don't think I can't complain if an artist is bringing home a lot of money. It also is, though, like, you have to remember the artists are people. They're not commodities. Their artwork is not a commodity. It is an extension of themselves. And I've seen how it affects a lot of the artists out there, where they're selling their work for X amount of money, and they're seeing people flip the work. Again, these are artists. They're sensitive people. This
sure.
work comes from them, and so to see their work kind of like flipped around for profit can kind of mess with you.
Yes.
And I resonate with that like a lot. I completely understand.
So I guess I've seen kind of like two very distinct takes on this. One is kind of maybe like the Lush sucks, fuck render, Shlomo, a couple of these guys that are putting out some stuff, right? And then they're getting DMs from guys that are like, listen, dude, I paid 4 ether for your shit like a month ago, or like maybe in the case of Lush Sucks, maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, because he was kind of in the first wave. And then now I just flipped it for fucking 24 ether. I changed my entire life. I paid off all my fucking school loans, whatever the fuck, and like now I'm doing amazing. And like someone like Lush Sucks, where he's already had like this very established way that he's been making money. He's had ad people been hitting him up already. He's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I love this dude's art, It's been an amazing memes to share since like maybe like 2016, 2017 era. Dude's been doing it since forever, right? So he's sharing it, and then this guy gets to say, you know what? Somebody that's fucked with me since way back when gets to profit and change their life based on what I'm doing, right? So that's like definitely like one of the modes of like kind of what's going on, and I think at least that part in and of itself is just kind of beautiful.
Yes,
Cause
oh, for sure. I mean, there's always like, competing schools of thought around it. I think it's like I think there are plenty of artists who get really happy to see that their artwork has changed someone's life for the better. I don't I that is a beautiful thing. I think context is everything. There are some people who aren't, they have plenty of
they
food on
don't
the
get it.
table. Like, yeah, and so I think we've seen some artists just like get upset, and then there's some artists who completely detach, and they're like, whatever happens on the secondary happens on the secondary. I don't really care. So be it. It's obviously not one size fits all, but it is important to remember that these are people. Some of them live in different countries.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. That's probably the main.
Yeah, like you don't know, when people are talking about artists that are, based in developing countries, and they're chatting about how much money they made and all these things. Like, you don't know, like, do you know if they're safe while you're sitting there pumping their bags and talking about all of this stuff? Like, are you thinking about, what the effects are, like when you start talking about all of these things publicly, and you start trading and you're trying to get these at higher prices and all of this stuff? Like, you just don't know what's happening. So
No,
it's
exactly,
there are
and
definitely like layers to it.
it's scary because, like, for example, you mentioned earlier, I think one of the first artists you mentioned was an Indian artist, right? And he's like, so maybe he's in the greatest part of India or something like that, but $3,000 there isn't what $3,000 is in Miami. Like,
I mean, like,
and
yeah, and it's like sometimes, like, even like they might be there's an artist that I was speaking to based in South America, and they were talking to me about how hard it is to actually cash out, because they're afraid that the bank might just not let them do it. We've already seen some artists where the bank locks their account because they've converted a lot of ETH, and now they have money. They finally want to have money, but the bank's like, no, sorry, this, I don't know where this came from. We can't let you bank here. And so there's all these other issues at hand that we still have to solve. I was chatting with them, and they wanted to go travel, and they were basically trying to find people that would exchange cash for ETH instead of going to the bank.
yeah, no, there's plenty of programs that do that. There's definitely plenty of programs that have been doing that really since kind of the inception of cryptocurrency. If you're familiar with Roger Ver, like he's known as like Bitcoin Jesus, he's definitely like he was just like really early on into Bitcoin, and then just like a big Bitcoin seed investor or whatever.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, just like really made his whole brand of like, anything but cash.
Yeah.
That shit definitely fucking happens. And then at the same time, governments fucking happen to you. I had a buddy who he's Venezuelan. His parents live in Venezuela, and every month at the start of the month, he'd tell us, because we were traders and stuff like that, like the group of folks that he would talk to, we were traders, and he'd be like, hey, listen, I'm selling Bitcoin to give to my mom, right? And like we would operate off the belief that, he wasn't a singular person doing that. He couldn't be the only person. There's got to be plenty of people. Similar, really, really similar to tastes with art, like akin to like, hey, if I like this piece, maybe a couple other people like it. I'm sure you've experienced that or something like that. So like just in the same way, I'm selling BTC or whatever, or I'm buying BTC rather to give to my mom to sell it immediately the second she fucking gets that shit. So I'd imagine there's plenty of other Venezuelan folks that are doing that same kind of thing or whatever. And we'd kind of see that a little bit with the price action of Bitcoin. You could specifically see, hey, it's the first of the fucking month.
Well, I think that we always see during the holidays. I think we always see the yeah, it just skyrockets. It skyrockets during the holidays because everyone's getting together. All the families are like at the table and people are talking about Bitcoin. You
Yes,
gotta get Bitcoin. gotta
you,
get
people
crypto.
like you are speaking to your dad who has Starry Night at the pooper, and you're like, Bobby, you have to buy Bitcoin. It
Oh my
might be a
god.
good idea.
No, stop. My parents have been like, "When are you gonna tell us to buy NFTs? What are we supposed to buy?" I'm like, no, I'm not doing this with you guys.
What do you mean? What the fuck are you supposed to buy? You're the fucking curator for art blocks, or one. Sorry, you're on the curation board for art blocks. Suck my balls, Sophia's parents. What the hell? Come on, dude. You got a golden goose. No pun intended.
That's hilarious.
What the
No,
hell, dude?
they're always like, well, "Why haven't you brought us in? What, like, tell us what to buy?" I'm like, you guys, like, the last thing I'm thinking about is like, oh, my dad wants to spend ETH. Like, what? Like, since when? Like, this is the last thing I'm thinking
No,
about.
that's like probably way too close to home.
Yeah, way
Also,
too.
right?
Well,
You're
that's
like,
the thing.
I'm
Now,
also
now,
not trying to lose you money, guys. Like, fuck.
well, that's the thing. Now it's like I have now all of this stuff is happening, and I've been talking about this for a while now, kind of sounding like a
Years.
crazy
For
person.
years, really.
And I sounded like I mean, my friends always make fun of me. They just every time I talk, they literally always reply beep bloop beep boop boop. Like they never understand what I'm talking about. They always say
Yeah,
the robot
who's the
movie.
computer now, bitch?
And now, but now I'm
You've
getting
you've
text
written
messages.
that, right?
I've been getting text messages from random people like, "Hey, that NFT thing you were talking about, like, help me. What should I buy? Like, all this stuff." And it's like, no, no, I cannot. I can't do. I can't. So it's been a really crazy thing. And now people are just like obviously looking at it as investment, and they're like, "Oh wow, like I heard about this. Like I want to get in." And it's kind of just like, well, you're on your own, dude. Like you figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
it's. I mean, I'm sure it's also easier to say something like that when valuations of all these things are kind of at these ridiculous prices.
yeah,
They're not really for normal folks that think in U.S. dollars. They're really for these kind of like early investors, like for you, like you mentioned, that got like people that invested in Ethereum when it was like $70 fucking, and they bought hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Ethereum at
yeah.
this insane fucking cost basis that at this point it's just a joke. Like Ethereum has appreciated to a price where their money, like they look at their balance and they're just like, that is a joke. That is like some clown shit. No fucking way. I cannot believe that I have like 5 or 6 zeros in some fucking wild currency that's valued at 3. It's well more than that already, but I'm gonna say 3 Gs to round it down. It's
No,
it's
I checked
closer to
today.
4.
It
It's
was
4,
4,000.
right?
I
It's
couldn't
at 4?
believe that. And I'm so annoyed because I cashed out some like last week, like just to like have it, and I'm like, God damn it. But
At the same time, I mean, there's nothing wrong with paying your stuff in the now,
yeah,
and
right?
stuff like that. Like you're good now, like, and there's something mentally freeing in being able to say, you know what, I don't owe anything to fucking nobody. This
It feels
moment,
real
okay?
good.
It feels, and I'm sure it feels really good, and it's amazing. And what's really amazing about this space is that I see plenty of people sharing things like, you know what? I was in fucking crippling debt a month ago, and I fucking started fucking sharing JPEGs, and now I'm not. And like
Yeah.
little shit. It's really a beautiful thing, and from what I'm seeing, at least like culturally, is this shift from, you know what? Like I don't make enough, say, in my day job,
Mhm.
to now, hey, my second life says, fuck you, day job. And
Well, yeah, I think for the longest time, my day job was sponsoring my second life. If that, like, because I worked at JP Morgan, I could upfront the cost of putting on an exhibition. Like, I could actually do that. And so it took a while to, like, balance out kind of like also like New York is expensive as hell. So like,
Of course.
balance out living in New York, but also trying to push and do what I wanted to do without feeling completely hopeless. Like if I tried to do this, a few years ago, I would have been done for. I'd be like in the gutter somewhere, like who knows. But just homeless. But now because of where we've come, like I can do it. And it works out now, especially because generative art is so on the radar.
Do you feel that you have a role to potentially help homeless Sofia?
I did. I did. Homelessness is non-existent. I've been, always have to make sure that I can take care of myself
No,
and
no, 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 but you can now, but I'm saying still like homeless Sophia, let's say she exists. Like what role do you think that
I
especially
put inspiring another homeless Sophia.
potent
Well, I
oh,
mean,
inspiring, like do you feel like you have a role in potentially maybe taking care of that person because they don't have the skills able to generate this obviously you got to respect where we are within the cycle of
yes,
things
yes,
and stuff
for
like
sure.
that. And it's very possible that things are maybe looking a little bit topish in terms
Hmm.
of NFT valuations and things like that, right? Like so like maybe we dial things back maybe like 50% of whatever
Hmm.
they're going to make. That's what we would write on our books, say.
Hmm.
But even then, it's still this pretty ridiculous amount of money and this ridiculous amount of earning
Yes,
relative to what we could normally. So let's
yes.
say that's kind of the question more that I'm asking, that it's like does Sophia, who's booming off of
Mhm.
what's going on, feel any responsibility to help homeless Sophia?
Well, I think it's why I have actively been trying to speak more. I think it's doing things like this and just chatting with people. I've also made it a point to like talk to more artists, like like studios, so that I can talk to people and explain to them what's actually happening here, and so that they don't have to be so afraid of it, and that they can enter. I think the biggest thing is fear, and also there really aren't that many women out there talking about this in an accessible way also. So I am trying to do my part by doing just that, talking about it, making sure that people feel welcomed and that it's not scary, and that anyone can do it, like even a random girl from Miami. So like why not? So yeah, I mean, I think I do. I think also just like being a Latin woman in the community, like I think it's important to just get out there, talk about things. Also just show the representation. We're here, we're doing it, and yeah, it's for sure.
No, I definitely think and bro, it's so fucking important that someone is able to see, hey, here's this fucking Cuban girl, or
Cuban Dominican.
oh, Dominican?
My mom's Dominican. Yeah.
There you go. This Cuban Dominican girl fucking absolutely explode off of these forces that are just kind of happening, like these natural
Mhm.
forces that are kind of happening. So it's like, you know what? Like there's little girls that are seeing you and they're just like, you know what? Maybe I can do that.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and I hope to, and we hope to see it. I mean, that's why code art and like doing workshops has always been like extremely important to me, and like getting to girls really young and showing them what you know like being the one to teach them, I think is huge. Being the like being that female role model, being able to chat with the girls, walk through introduce them to coding concepts, show them how creative it can be, helping them like also fight off like the imposter syndrome and all of everything that comes with it. I think has been extremely fulfilling and something that I love it. So
sure.
yeah, I definitely um, I definitely think it's important, and yeah, I take it pretty seriously.
Yeah, you mentioned imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
That's definitely something I've kind of been dealing with all week,
Mhm.
because I shot my shot and I'm like, hey, you want to do this? And you're like, yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, wait, holy fuck, I was totally expecting this person who's like big now to like leave me on red. So now like I actually gotta fucking deliver and like have like ask like real questions now and shit like that. So to anyone dealing with imposter syndrome, you tell imposter syndrome to go fuck itself and do you, because I thought I wouldn't be able to get past the first 10 minutes, and here we are pushing on 4 fucking hours of this conversation. I'm not sure if you have any timestamps or anything like that, but I'm looking at my shit and it says 3 hours and 45 minutes since we started. And we started about like 10 minutes early, just me and like you and Roman talking. And you said it yourself. You were like, I can go on this for however fucking long.
I could talk about this stuff forever. Yeah.
It feels like it's been 5 minutes, to be honest.
Really does. Holy shit.
So sorry to scare you with the time. My bad.
Just kidding.
You're just like, oh my god, I'm such a fucking nerd.
Straight up.
Oh shit. Okay. So let's see.
Okay, well I guess it's like a Q&A, like any last questions? Cause like.
No, right? Like I knew as soon as I was gonna say, hold on. I get a question from my girlfriend's mom via text, not through Twitch chat. Interesting interview, but I was and still am lost.
Okay, I'm sure there are a lot of different levels as to why. Does it start at the blockchain level? Does it start at the digital
That's the thing.
art
I
level?
gotta send a text. I would have to send a text to figure that one out. Specifically, got you. Confused. And we'll keep talking about other stuff. I'm sure she'll answer quick and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, there's a lot of because I'm sure we've been like throwing names around, talking about things that I guess it's like you take for granted that you had to like do some that you're like so ingrained in it, you forget that people don't know. So yes, it's like a whole new world for sure. But it's it's a paradigm shift in how you think about ownership, how you think about like artwork, and it's a lot. I know, but you'll get there. The first part is just hearing all of this,
yeah, right. So I asked. Oh fuck. Okay. So I'm gonna take a shot for this one,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna say it. So para arriba, para abajo, para centro, para adentro. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you this was alcohol friendly.
I know. I wish I would have had a glass of wine, but I mean, I got a mini bar in this hotel room.
No, but I mean, and I'm sure you could afford it, but that's not the way to go either. So the funny part is so the first question goes, hey, interesting interview, but I was still and am lost. And I go specifically, hey, what part specifically got you confused? And she goes, NFT. That's what she writes back. And then she goes, was it about selling art?
Yes. But it
Easy. That's an easy answerable part. As far as that second question, yes.
Yes. So NFTs, non-fungible token. This token represents a unique item. It can be an artwork. It could also be digital real estate. It could also be a comic book. It could also be a collectible. It's really anything in like this like digital ecosystem that you would like to acquire. It could and in theory you could tokenize physical assets too, and it's just its digital representation.
Sure. Something you spoke about earlier in a couple of maybe references, and for me it becomes so much more apparent why OpenSea chose the name that they did, when you talk about something like the metaverse, their
Mm-hmm.
end game is clearly, hey motherfucker, you have like a whole thing on your fucking eyes and shit like that, and all you can see is the open sea that is in front of you.
Oh, you're right.
You know, like that's that for me at least. That's totally what open sea means.
Yeah.
Like they're so far they're so far beyond the guys that are sharing, say, for example, their 2D whatever and stuff like that. And so actually that brings me to my next thing. I have a buddy who at some point I'm gonna plug a little bit.
Okay.
I haven't minted any of his artwork or anything like that, but he's kind of chosen me to be his blockchain representative. And
Mm-hmm.
I've just been telling him, guy, please talk to me, please. Like I put on my LinkedIn maybe like 3.5 months ago, blockchain consultant, kind of as a
There we
joke. Right, just because like it was like funny to like some of the friends that I was
Everyone is,
like
yeah.
dealing with, right? Like I
Yeah.
was like, it'd be
Yeah.
so funny to call myself a blockchain consultant. But I've had so many people hit me up. I've had so
Really?
many people add me. They're like, dude, can we schedule a call on this Friday about what the fuck you're doing? What are you doing? Who are you representing? And like this and that. They're asking all these sorts of questions, and I'm like, I'm not representing anybody, dude. Shut the fuck up. Like I just did this. I put that name as a joke. Sorry. What are you doing? Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been doing that, but at the same time, I've been seeing, and what's been really cool, it's been mostly women actually in the photography space,
Yeah. Yeah. Photography.
saying, hey, you know what? I was a fucking bartender a week and a half ago, and I was like nervous and sharing my shit on OpenSea and putting and minting my collection or whatever the fuck I was doing in the fucking parking lot of the place I was working at and showing up to work late, and now I don't have to fucking do any of that. And by the way, I'm hosting this space because that was me 2 months ago, and some motherfucker thought my shit was cool and shared it, and he happened to have 400,000 followers or whatever the fuck. And I would love to give you your chance, whoever the fuck you are, whether you're a guy, girl, whoever the fuck you are. Please share with me your story. If I think it's interesting, I'm gonna retweet it.
That's
And
awesome.
exactly, like right, like it's been this absolutely beautiful thing, kind of. It's just been going on, and this girl's photos are like unreal. I'm kind of sad now that I'm bringing up that story without having this girl's photos to show. But
Wow.
dude, this chick is using like, she's doing everything analog. She's using like fucking like prisms and shit like that to play with the light in her photos. Here, hold on. I'm gonna find this girl because this shit's
Gotta
actually
pull this
really.
up. Gotta pull this up. I know we've definitely been seeing photography take a huge step into the NFT arena and
Sure.
really take off. I think it's and I've been chatting with a few people in the photography space who are so interested in this. One of the old curators at the MoMA is she's leading Aperture, which is this larger organization in New York, and we had a really great conversation about NFTs. I mean, she was like equally horrified and fascinated by it, and I think they're going to start looking into like how can they maybe incorporate it, and it is a huge paradigm shift in how you think about all of this stuff. But I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of it, a lot.
Sure. And so I guess as far as the whole conversation we were having about Walter Benjamin earlier,
Hmm.
about aura
Hmm.
and things like that. Like so he does definitely take like different steps and takes when it comes to photography and moving photo and things like that. But at the same time, the ace in the hole when it comes to the Walter Benjamin argument, as far as generative art goes, is that, listen, buddy, this is generated at mint,
Hmm.
so its space and time are being preserved.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I chatted with one of like the larger. I think he really did help bring photography into the space. Justin Abersano, he has his collection Twin Flames, and I mean, this guy has just gone above and beyond in getting so many people to rally behind this. And he's been, and he's doing it. I gotta give him credit. I met up with him and his girlfriend the last time I was in LA, and they, I just trying to and understanding his project, where it came from, where I think, also the story behind it. It's been, it's really cool to see,
Sure.
what he's doing, and I think he's also really interested in the kind of creation at mint idea, and I will definitely be seeing a lot more of him coming up for sure.
Okay. Hmm. Fuck, dude. Okay, so then it's this stinks because I could probably talk to you for another 17 hours about
We'll do it again.
this topic, and thank you for sharing like that, right? Like, because bro, this is just such a cool space to talk about. Like, fuck, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like,
and this is a different type of interview, because I feel like some of the interviews that I have done, it's a lot more, it's like professional. This is a friendly space. It's like, yeah, we definitely share the same humor, so it's like fun,
yeah. Well, what am I gonna say? Oh, wah. What do you think about NFT photography? And can you please share more of your code? Wah. No, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I really hope that for anyone watching, this has been. I mean, this is otherwise a good conversation on like the NFT space.
so,
Like,
yeah.
so how about this? Me and you haven't noticed that time has really passed, because for me and you, we just said hi to each other 10 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
Like the crazy thing has really been to notice like the difference in the lighting on your side of shit. That I'm like, oh fuck, it's getting late. Like, fuck. Oh.
Oh yeah, because when we first started talking, there was.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Your whole background was much lighter. You've like come like to like now like with as far
I
as
know,
your
even
lighting.
like the lighting in this hotel room is like not ideal. It's just like this overhead like light now. Before I was at least getting some. Like,
No. Your side looks great. That's not the problem here or anything.
I know this
it's
is
just,
that's my own point that I'm bringing up. It's okay. Yeah.
There you go. Okay. But fuck, dude. I can't cut this off. I don't know.
All right, let's get another question out here.
Yeah, let's get another question. We'll like cut this off, I guess. I don't want to cut this off because I want. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I could talk about this for a minute because this shit's just literally so fucking interesting about what's going on right now. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
How about this? Figure out some stuff that you can start plugging. Okay, that's how we'll start closing.
So on Sunday, I'm gonna be speaking on After Dinner Mints for Art Blocks. They do something on Sunday at 10 o'clock at night, Eastern time, anyway. December, Art Basel, Miami. I am planning a very large event. It is going to be really a big celebration of what's happened over like the last year. The idea being, I'll say more about it when the time is right, but it's going to be really, I think it'll be really fun and exciting, and really kind of bring together all the things that we've been working on over like the last few years. So that's awesome. And then I'm going to be in London and Paris next. I'll be in London next week and Paris the week after. I'm planning some meetups while I'm there. So it'll be September 11 in London, September 18th in Paris. Inviting anyone who's interested in generative art. I don't really have an agenda. I just want to get all these people under one roof since I'll be there. And why not? I miss interacting with people. So that's pretty much like all I got going. And then stay tuned for 2022.
Okay, so you already heard it, folks. We got Paris, we got Miami, we got plenty of fucking places. London. If you want to see, you want to talk, you want to experience Sofia, you have the settings, okay? These are many places
Oh,
that you can do
and I'll
this.
be in Marfa, Texas, during Art Block's launch in October.
Marfa!
8th, yeah, Marfa, Texas.
Marfa!
Marfa, you.
I'm so sorry.
Marfa, Texas, in October, and I think you guys have my travel schedule now. I think that's
At
it.
this point, right?
Yeah. But yeah, no, there's so much stuff, so many exciting things happening, and I'm just really excited to meet more people in the space, get more connected, meet more artists, everything.
Okay. So, one, Sophia, you're absolutely amazing. You're killing it in this space. You're a titan, bro. Like, you're so ahead of the time that's happening to you. And we have a question here that says, please do a round 2 of this in like 6 months. It'd be interesting to see how it evolves. Is there any way that I can lock you into that?
Yeah, I'm down.
All right, sick. So, again, no matter how large you are in 6 months, local top signs. Um, we're gonna be able to potentially get to hear from you in about 6 months, where this space is and where you're at and stuff like that, and kind of just like some insights. I think we've been able to gain so much. We've been able to gain really so much perspective on kind of what's going on, just through basic stuff, not you necessarily explaining what's going on, but really just you explaining your story and perspective. um like, I mean, yeah, this is just really, it's really amazing for you to be able to share your information.
Yeah, this
Thank
is
you.
awesome. Thank you for extending
Hell
the
yeah.
invite. You know,
Hell
it was
yeah.
really cool. I was excited when I was like, let's do it, and your invite got me even more hyped.
Aw, dude, thank you. Thank you. That makes me feel like half important. Because yeah, dude, you're and again, I'm sure, you don't wake up and look at what your portfolio is worth, or anything like that, because you just been doing this for years. This is just like for anyone to say that someone like you is lucky or anything like that, it's really not looking under the hood, because you've been working at this space for so long. You've been pouring your entire heart and soul into this for so long that maybe some people can only appreciate the overnight celebrity status, um, maybe that some of these pieces and
Yeah.
collections have been able to attain. But really, again, like, you've been working at this for years. You have made this your life's pursuit for a long time. And again, a contract that you entered with no guarantee of payoff or anything like that. So you doing that, you being able to put yourself out there, is amazing. And thank you for sharing what you have with the show.
Thank you. No, that was really nice. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to just be able to talk about, my what I do, kind of give people some perspective, because I don't think a lot of people know. So thank you for giving me the time to talk about it, and for
Anytime. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Anytime. And actually, if anybody didn't know, you can actually trick Sophia into talking for 4 hours about this topic with little effort.
And get a quick hell yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah, exactly. Get an immediate hell yeah. Let's fucking do this shit. No questions asked. No, hey, is it okay what you guys are doing, what you're doing, or anything like that. Sophia, again, bro, you're amazing. Thank you. Really, thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for like staying for 4 hours. That's awesome too.
Yeah, I lost track of time, TBH.
Completely.
I can't believe anybody's been here for 4 hours. I question their whatever they're doing if they've been here for 4 hours. Really? What the fuck? Okay. Just before I'm gonna kick you out of this so you understand what's going on. Okay. Do you have anything to plug? Do you have any more awesome memes?
Memes? Oh.
Okay.
My
I'm gonna
computer
limit you to like 5 minutes of memes. Okay.
No,
All right.
it was okay, give me a second. I know that I had not so many on my computer. That was the non-fuckable token was
The
really
non-fuckable token. That's what we really call it, folks.
Yeah.
Now you got the insider intel here. You see? Even the girl from the Artxcode thing, she calls it an unfuckable token. That's alpha right there. That's what we call alpha. That's what we call alpha.
Let me see. I don't. Good memes. I feel like I'm like really low on meme content right now. Let's see.
Okay, do you have any pixel dicks?
Oh, let's talk about pixel dicks. You know what? Let's talk about pixel dicks. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna pull them up. All right. Look at what.
I'm gonna take a shot really quick for pixel dicks.
Pixel dicks. Okay, so we were talking about pixel dicks earlier.
Sorry. By the way, this is happening in a Shop Mall Street glass. If you have any vintage glassware needs, please hit up Shop Mall Street. I mean, this is just the best, the highest quality glass a man can find.
Wait,
Okay.
I can't find pixel dicks. Wait.
Damn, girl, I even gave you a whole plug time to find some pixel dicks.
I got it.
Okay.
Wait, no, these are different ones. Vicky, who's this? No, I gotta find them on Instagram. Hold up.
Pixel dicks, your dicks on the blockchain.
Here we go.
I was told we were doing a marathon.
Okay, I found them. Where is this? Okay, so this is like some context setting. We were talking about like different projects beforehand, and I was talking about this project that I love but am too embarrassed to purchase. And it's called Pixel Dicks, and the reason why I love it so much is it just reminds me of Superbad, and like they just have all these really absurd pixel dicks. And I think they're hilarious, and I love them, and like Pixel Dick 420 a vibe, like helicopters. Like they're just so good.
So in a couple of words, can you speak about how COVID has affected you?
It has me like wishing that I had like a little bit less self-respect to just add my entire collection with a bunch of pixel dicks.
There you go. Like, that was the professional answer to that question. That was
helicopter 001. Like it's just nuts. It's just like, are you kidding?
All right.
It's just, like, it's so absurd and it's hilarious, and I think it's just really funny. And
I love that. Okay. So one person that I do want to share, and funny that I'm saying one person, because my friend's name is un persona. He happens to be out of Tijuana. This is someone that actually in his own personal life, he's won a couple of awards actually for working on the VFX team for things like Game of Thrones, things like The Mandalorian. If you're familiar with the second season of The Mandalorian, specifically his studio deals with things with creatures, so like spiders and like Jesus. With spiders and like things like that. So this is coming from his space. Let's see if we can find it. Well, it's relevant. here we go. This is on OpenSea. Let's see if we can make it full grown. There we go.
Oh my god.
And by the way, that car is an eggplant.
Versatile.
Versatile.
This is crazy.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I've been seeing him. This piece is done and he's done and said with it,
Yeah.
or whatever. But he's been working on a couple other things in programs like Blender, say things that he's kind of used to working in, and he's actually had like big time issues rendering in these situations. What's really interesting is that, at least in my engineering background, as far as chemical engineering, one problem that we deal with is fluid flow through pipes. And because these things are so expensive, potentially you might be designing like a couple $1 million facility or whatever. People make these sorts of things to kind of like simulate what might be going on or whatever. So like a lot of the time we'd be working in this sort of like physics engine. It was called Aspen. But at the same time, he would be talking about issues that he'd be having with Blender, and he'd be trying to simulate hundreds of thousands of particles in a physics engine, and they would make his computer straight up blow up, right? So I think it's one thing to talk about maybe accessibility in this state, that say the computers that are able to handle the level of generative art in the order of 500 pieces, in the order of 1,000 plus pieces. These are really sophisticated computers. I mean, it's not a hamster, like as I'd call it, a hamster at a wheel or something like
I
that.
mean, I've spoken about this with a few artists, especially some that come from, definitely, like they don't come from, like money. They've
Mhm.
been doing this, like they found a computer, they started like tinkering around, and they made it work, in the beginning. I think the best thing is, like, as humans, we kind of have to, we work well within certain constraints and we get creative. Um, but for the most part, as long as you have a browser, you can build a JavaScript program, like JavaScript itself really isn't too heavy. You can really play around and get something running on even just like, on an on an air, on a really light laptop with not a lot of memory. Um, but yeah, I mean, things get a lot crazier when you're talking about rendering stuff like this. That's a whole other conversation. It actually, when it comes to GANs and stuff like that, it is really helpful to have, um, you know, that computing power, for sure, for sure,
Sure.
for sure, for sure.
Sure. And as far as GANs, I can say that, well, what's funny is about 5 days after I start working with GANs, Google Colab decides to increase their pricing model. I don't know if that's anything about where we are in any sort of cycle or anything like that.
Yeah.
But they specifically tell you that, hey, at pricing tier 1, um, you get like all this extra computing power or anything like that. And then they fucking throw me to the fucking ditches and say, hey, we don't give a fuck about you anymore. In 4 days. In 4 days. I've never had a subscription model do that to me.
That's whack.
It's it's whack, but it's also kind of like interesting in the context of like, so for example, I'm going to bed this Sunday and I don't really have cable, but I have Paramount, like 60 minutes or whatever, right? I only bought Paramount because I've been watching a shit ton of the Twilight Zone lately.
Nice. Classic.
If you're not familiar, obviously there's the classic version. There's the new version that Jordan Peele wrote. And I will be the first person to say it's big time hit or miss. There's some episodes that get you, there's some episodes that don't.
Okay.
The episodes that get you are beautiful. If you ever get a chance to watch Twilight Zone, if you ever appreciated it, highly
did.
suggest because it's fucking good. Specifically the airplane episode. And that's like probably one of the most iconic episodes to anybody that's ever seen the Twilight Zone. Like the one where the guy looks to the left and
Person on the.
there's the thing or whatever it is on the wing and it's like destroying it or whatever, right? So
I have the bridesmaid quote. There's a colonial woman, but whatever. On the wing.
So yeah. Anyways, Paramount. Why was I saying Paramount? I like the Twilight Zone way more than what I was talking about.
What are you eating?
Chicken wings. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No, it's okay. I right before this I convinced I called I wasn't gonna go anywhere to eat. I called the room service and I was like, please bring me a BLT. Like they didn't have that on the menu and I was like,
please.
I really had to coerce them to just give me a plain BLT. I was like, you have the ingredients. Please help me. And they did it.
Well, good for you because that would have been a shame if you were not able to get at the very fucking least a BLT. What the fuck? You have bacon, you have lettuce, you have tomato, motherfucker. What the fuck?
I was like, they made me pay for a pastrami sandwich for my BLT.
Are you serious?
You know what? It's either here nor there.
Wait, here nor there. Fuck that. What's the name of this place?
Uh-oh, the Standard. Hopefully they'll give me a free room, a free day or something.
Wait. These are also the people that are in control of your room and board? It's not just some random restaurant that's like, fuck you, Sofia.
No, they're in charge of my room and board. And when it came up, I was like, oh no. When I signed that receipt and saw what I paid for, a pastrami sandwich that was a BLT and a French fries. But I think we're really digressing. But it was a situation. I handled it. I ate everything, but
No, of course you handled it. I mean,
I don't regret eating it. So it's hey. No,
that's
no.
not part of what we're talking about tonight. The part is that they fucking wronged you, dude. What the fuck,
they
bro?
Did. I was wronged. They did me pretty dirty. But you know what? It was my fault for not, just going somewhere. I was kind of lazy, like bring it to me.
No, but you.
That's not on your menu.
I can't help but feel partially responsible for this because, like, then you're saying, hey, I was gonna hang out. This is my evening for the night. I'm gonna go do nothing for a couple hours or whatever. So, like, obviously, part of like ordering food was part of that, and
you did this.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, dude. So
I'm kidding. No.
Please let me buy your next Uber. Okay. You're planning on fighting somebody to eat a BLT? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I mean, look, when I want a BLT, things happen. It was like when I lived in New York, it was like my go-to meal. Like, because at the bodega I could get it for $5. I was like, let's go, another BLT. Let's do it.
You would eat a whole one in front of them, and then you just like order another one as a power move.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. No, I just on my way home, walk up from the subway, go in there, get my BLT, walk a block to my apartment, and go in. It was classic. If you needed to feed yourself for under $10, you can't go wrong with the deli sandwich in Brooklyn.
Do they call you Waka Blocka?
No. No, but the guy who made my sandwiches always knew the second I walked in. He was like, all right, I got you. I was like, thank you, man. I came in for the same thing every single time.
Okay, fair enough.
But you know what? He made it with love, and I think that was the special ingredient.
Well, me personally, I don't believe in sandwiches. Like, as far as like they come from like a person that's gonna serve them to me or whatever, I'm just like feeling always like it's like, you know what?
Is it too personal for you?
No, it's not. It's not that it's too personal. It's just more that it's like, I know you're
Well,
feeding me ham. I know that you're giving me 5 slices of ham, and I know what the price of 5 slices of ham is at Publix, and I
do
know
you
that you're
think
fucking me.
do you think that $5 is overpriced for a BLT? Because I feel like that's a pretty fair price.
I mean, like, at this point, where things have gotten, as far as like, I don't think it's fair to just consider $5. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with the $5 BLT, but like, to ignore the fact that like a lot of people's wages have not increased with the price of a $5 BLT is
Well,
also.
you'd be horrified if you knew how much I just spent on my BLT. So, from
I'm
the
sure. I'm sure that is. I know that's the case. You just Uber
it was
Eats.
not. I can tell you right now, it was not $5.
Yeah. No. No. It was nowhere close. Not even.
Not even a little bit close. It's embarrassing how much I just paid for that BLT and French fries.
You just paid gas. You just paid some like at mint art blocks gas
Literally just minted
prices.
a block these. I
You just
a
minted
block
a. You minted a BLT, right? That's what
I
you did.
minted a squiggle. I minted a squiggle with my dinner today.
Fuck. For anybody that knows, they know. I did plug this channel a little bit towards some channels directed at art blocks. I didn't specifically say that you were a curator for them or anything like that. But is there anything you would have to say for an art blocks specific crowd?
Um, like in general,
Yeah.
see you and Marfa if you're going. Like that's like a pretty art flex thing. You know, everyone like Marfa is gonna be a really great get together for everyone. Also, come to Miami December 2nd to the 5th for what I'm scheming. I think it'll be really fun and you'll really enjoy it. And you know, if you know of any female generative artists, please send them my way. I'm really trying to get more women in the pipeline. And you know, that's it. And then also, if you own any art blocks and you want prints, give me a call. I represent some of the artists for that, not everyone. So maybe I can help you. Maybe I can't. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, that was Sophia. I have to thank you again. Thank you so much, first off, for saying yes to this. I'm so glad that you're part of it. I'm going to remind you that you said yes to something 6 months from now. So I'm going to hold you to that.
I'm in.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
for sure. I'm going to hold you to that. Bro, dude, actually, there's been enough people, like my mom and my girlfriend's mom, that have said that this was like kind of educational enough to where
Mhm.
if you wanted to do this every week, I'm more than happy to do it, but I don't, that's also a lot. So, so, but I'm willing to do this regularly.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
At the very least, 6 months. I'm holding to that.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, bro. You're
Yeah.
you're
No,
so
of course.
fucking cool. You're killing it in this space. Everybody, if you don't know who Sofia Garcia is, you're about to fucking know. This girl is the bomb and a half. She's killing it. She has a fucking eye. She has a fucking backbone. She understands what's going on the back end of whatever the fuck this magical code bullshit is. She really, really fundamentally understands this space and has understood this space for years before you even gave a fuck about it. So please respect this woman's opinion. There's not enough opinions in this space that come from women, and she is fucking one of them. Here she is. Yeah, there you go, dude. Double peace line. Suck her dick. That's fucking crazy, man. Like she's 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 blowing it up. She's blowing up and you're gonna be talking to your grandchildren about who she is, because she's amazing. So, with that, Sophia, don't doubt yourself either. Don't tell me that I can't tell my audience that they're gonna be talking to their grandchildren about you. All right, cause fuck you too. I'll give a fuck you. I'll give a fuck you to you too. All right. I'm drunk enough to where I can say that at this point.
There we go. No, I wish I. Okay, next time I know I will have a bottle of wine. A bottle of wine instead of drunk history. It's like drunk NFT.
Girl, let's have some fun, dude. Not to say I think you've had fun. Thank you for having fun. I again appreciate you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who is somehow still here. So thanks, guys. All right, and that's it, I guess. And cut.
Again, Sophia, I'm gonna close this call on you, but I love you. I appreciate you for being part of this. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
This is the second part now of our show where we do an interactive painting type of thing. You're more than welcome to be part of the chat, but.
All right, I'll check the chat. I'll check the chat.
All right.
I'm getting in. All right. Later.
All right. So we heard from Sofia Garcia, like mega fucking badass in the NFT space. This girl is killing it and a half. Next. So before we progress and move anything towards the chat or anything like that, don't worry, chat. You're gonna be able to get to a chance to paint your own piece of art in a few moments. But first, we need to show off a collection by my friend Max Eisenberg. This is some of his personal studio work, and we're gonna get to see it for the first time. Let's go. So first off, we have a little doggy with the silhouette. What are we gonna do? Oh wow. Oh no, doggy with the silhouette. What are we gonna do? It looks pretty nice. I almost feel like market buying on this. But I'm not going to because I don't know what he's about. I'm being safe with my investment. You see that? You see that, guys? I'm not just telling you to go ape in on anything. I'm being safe with my investment. Okay? Okay. Next, we're gonna open up. Let's go with the Casas routine. Another piece from the Max Eisenberg collection. Here we have these potential. What is this? What is this? What is this? Lithographs? I don't understand. I don't quite understand. I don't quite get it. I don't quite get it, but honestly, it looks very interesting. Wow. Next, we're going to be seeing a photo of Florida's Nosberry Farm. Here, we played a little bit with exposures and seeing what they do to real images, and how they can potentially trick us into thinking that what we are seeing is digitally created. However, this is 100% real green onion, bitch. I don't know what you want me to tell you, but this is a real fucking green onion. I'm gonna zoom in, I'm gonna zoom out, okay? I'm gonna zoom up and down, and the zooming down doesn't do anything. Zooming up gets me in. I don't know, why the fuck not? I'm not really sure what's going on with this piece, but it's real, and it looks like it's not real, okay? So that's the joke, okay, bitch? Get over it. Next, we have a copy of a Tata. I'm not going to save that. And we're gonna slow this down a little bit, and we're gonna look into this piece just a little bit. We're gonna put this over the road because it's important enough that we do as such. Now, we're looking into the arm piece. The arm piece has 3 candles. They're clearly prominent, no matter how you look at this. They're very prominent. Should be reminded that our friend Max Eisenberg does this in a studio. Okay, he's able to recreate some of these images in a studio with studio equipment. So don't be afraid if your real life photo doesn't look like this. That's also okay. That's our friend's goal. Got it? Cool. Got it. Next, we have another piece of arm. I mean, let's be real. This is a small, like, I feel like I should have a concealed permit to show off this little gun. Um this is again more piece in the work that he is trying to showcase. We have a little bit, obviously, of the hourglass over here on the actual bicep, as well as the rest of whatever the fuck this image is on the tricep. And I say that with the best intentions. I have no idea what the fuck is going on, and nor should you. Next, we're gonna open this up. We're gonna open this up to a couple of photos in the Keys. This is Key West, folks. This is the cream of the crop. Okay. No, we're not saving that. Okay. 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 All right. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, this is a little chicky. This is a little chicky on 2 different angles. One is the chicky from the upright angle. The second, I'm going to move this to the right because that's a beautiful chicky. I love the chicky. Aww, he's a cute little chicky. Oh. I mean, come on, bro. Do you see this little motherfucker? I mean, so one thing I will give this is that part of the conversation that I was having with Sofia was about an aura of a specific piece. Basically, that this artist argues that an aura is lost when recreating an image, more specifically, right? So, does this really count? You know, the big workaround that she had as far as her argument, and which I think fits and really makes a lot of sense, is that a lot of this art is generated when something is minted. So the second I create this piece, it's mine and mine alone. No one has ever seen it. No, not even the artist has been able to say, hey, that's the best representation of my work. That's what really makes all this generative art stuff kind of cool. But at the same time, that should in no way, shape, or form make you, do a double take as an artist who's not doing something generative, because you know what? Art's subjective, and everybody can go suck a dick, realistically. Okay, so here are 2 images that are frankly at odds with each other. Right? On the right side, we have a Jaws almost image. We have this image very clearly of this shark's jaw length. And then on the left hand side, we have like this kind of like honeysuckle, yellow honeysuckle. I'm really only used to seeing pink, but this yellow honeysuckle bunch of flowers in a bush. I think that these 2 images couldn't be more opposite to each other because I like sucking on honeysuckle flowers. I do not like sucking on any piece of a great white jawbone. Thank you. Next photo. Let's see. Those are your 2 states of being. I feel it, girl. That's a thing, dude. So something that you say is that you may or may not be more confused than this, than NFTs. I'm not sure what to tell you. Maybe watch this again. I don't know. I can maybe talk to you in person. I'll at this point now I'm decent friends with Sofia. If anything, you have a question, I'm going to FaceTime her and say, "Hey, our mutual friend has an issue with the NFTs." And hopefully you're embarrassed enough by the thought of me asking that you're going to go actually learn about NFTs. Anyways, on the left side, on the left-hand side, we have some very stylish Miami bathrooms on the beach. On the right-hand side, we have a picture of a pelican engraved into a bathroom. That's a thing. Oh, bam. Next, we have a similar image. This is of the, I believe this is of the Florida Keys. On the left-hand side, again, we got a boat dock featuring some pelicans. On the right side, you got some docks. These are some beautiful photos again. I'm sorry, y'all. We are gonna get to the painting at some fucking point. We're gonna show one more photo from this same exact artist. He, among another artist, is going to be featuring a collection soon. Whether it's on OpenSea or Foundation or Super Rare or Zora, as our friend Sophia mentioned, that will be up to. We're gonna decide that. Okay, because clearly, she knows what we're talking about, and the rest of us are really just party to the situation. But next, what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be doing a live painting session, okay? And I implore you to be part of this, please. I'll see you in a moment, okay? All right, y'all. Well, now this is the part for the interactive portion of this experience. We're going to be ripping out this canvas and you're going to be painting on it as a part of my Twitch studio audience. So, first off, I would like to get maybe a poll. If you don't mind, please telling me in the chat if you are on mobile or desktop. Meow, if we can potentially get that going, brother. Woo! This is where the real art side, I guess, comes out or doesn't, depending on your philosophy. And if you think this isn't real art, you can go fuck yourself. Because I don't give a shit. That said, this canvas is going to go in the middle here, right? And we're going to do a beautiful thing. My phone is now going to become part of what we're painting. Epocam. I'm gonna have to set this up a little bit. All right. Oh, whoops. Papa's a little drunk. I'll tell you that right off the bat. We're gonna move this a little bit to be a little bit straight. Yeah, let's get Bob Ross on, bitch. Oh, I gotta start my Twitch bot. Fuck. Hold on. We're gonna get that going. I have to go into my command prompt. I have to run that as an administrator. I'm gonna make sure that we're in our Twitch GUI bot file. CD Twitch GUI bot. And then we're gonna run our settings.py to make sure that we load our settings properly. And I think, you know what? Can you guys hear me well over the music? Fuck. Nobody told me that coding would be hard when you're fucking drunk. Alright, family. So, as a test, we're gonna go to game time. And then for paint grid, All right. So, we gotta fix this part. Nice! Good job, buddy. I'm gonna make sure this gets all as a presentation. No. Dad, I'd like to tell you that I'm not winning. And, you know, I don't want to make it about you, but you're definitely the reason why I'm not winning. So, thanks. Just want to say that one. Big dog. Alright, so we got everything there. We're gonna get this part right now. Alright, I think you guys kind of half understand what we're going for. This is going to be just slightly smaller. Alright, so realistically, all this really means is that the rules are just slightly smaller. But here's what's going to happen. Every 30 seconds, we're going to decide a winner. The winner is going to win a letter. Okay? The winner wins a letter first and then a number second. The first round is going to correspond to the position. The second one is going to correspond to the color. Alright? So, with that, I'm going to start off the first conditional round. This isn't the one that's going to be real. But let's try to vote for a first round, okay? Go for it. First round. Let's get that letter, folks. Chat. Type your favorite letter in the chat that happens to be between A, B, C, and D. Pixel D. We're going to give that 30 more seconds. Just kidding. So you understand you can only vote for a number or a letter at the same time. So for example, D would be what you guys are trying to vote for. I'm so sorry. My bot sucks. Alright, but now you guys are starting to understand. For example, that's how actually you put in inputs to this. You would type whatever letter that you would like first. Whatever letter you'd like first, and then whatever number you'd like, okay? I'm also gonna take a shot. If anyone couldn't notice, I was clearly visibly drunk during that. And Sophia, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you that was possible that we could drink. I'm gonna respect Sophia's position as far as D goes. Zing. Whew. Estamos tomando corazón. Todo en glasses de Shop Mall Street. It's clearly the best vintage glass that you guys can have out here. By the way, this is also a vintage Gucci watch. This is also from the Shop Mall Street collection. If we wanna see what's going on with that there. Yeah, it's also. Come on. I mean, you guys can't deny it, right? Like, let's go. Like, what glass would you like imagine in this space? Fuck off. Okay. So let's get some votes now. We're gonna start the round again. It's gonna end in 30 seconds, and let's go. Okay, we got one vote for D. We got the number 4. Nutmuff did it right. Let's go. Really, that's it? Just D4? Okay. C! Alright, 50-50. C2. We got 2 votes. Oh, we got 50%! We got A, 3, 2, 50%. Let's go. Alright. Just kidding. Okay. A1. That's 25% between all the spaces. I'm sorry, but now I get to pick. I'm the captain now. Oh, what's the color? You guys now gotta go vote towards the color grid, okay? So we're gonna start that vote right now. What's the color gonna be? I need a letter, and then I need a number. So for example, Sophia, if you wanted to vote for A1, type the letters A, and then type 1. We're very rudimentary here, girl. Sorry. We got a B5. We got a C. We got a D. We got a 4. We got a 3! Woo! We got C4! Woo! Okay. Alright, so we're definitely in row C. Okay? Then we're gonna do, 4-1 with 50%. So C4, let's go, baby! It's orange. So that's C. 4. All right, and then we're going in. Fuck, dude. We're going in A what? Honestly, I'm gonna vote again for the. I'm gonna vote again for A. Can you guys vote again? Vote again for the position, please. I'm kind of drunk and I forgot what the first command was. Thank you. All right, vote's over. Let's go. A won with 100%, and then we're gonna do exclamation point vote number. Oh, whoops. Really? Okay, so if that's the case, I'm gonna go with my girl, and I'm gonna vote A3. That was pretty good. That was much better than I thought it was going to be. Here's the next position and color combination, please. Okay, so I'm going to take that as D2. The next vote goes. Yes. If that was your question, so you understand, if you vote twice, it updates to your most recent number. So I'm so sorry that we're not that sophisticated. Nutmuff, yes, you're supposed to do it with 2 votes. Yeah, we're super rudimentary. I had something kind of like half interesting if everybody was on desktop, but I don't think I have everybody on desktop, so I have to have it through everybody typing, unfortunately. So we have A2. I'll take that vote as being the start, and then Nutmuff and Cutie can vote next. You gotta type quick, buddy! Alright, Cutie Gumdrop. If you want to vote for G5, for example, you'd have to write the letter D, then 5. Chris, can you tell me if you're doing this from... can everybody actually tell me if they're doing this from desktop or voting? Because if I do this from desktop or voting, I could actually do this much easier if I'm doing this from desktop. Desktop gang. Alright. We got 1 desktop gang. Oh, really? Wait, Christina, are you hanging out from desktop or are you hanging out from mobile? Because if you're hanging out from mobile, I'm going to take another shot. And we're going to keep doing this. Say no more. Soonish. Okay, well, if you're on desktop, then you can't participate. No, 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 no. You're... No. Zing, zing. Alright, motherfuckers. We're gonna do another position vote because I fucking forgot. 30 seconds. Putos, putas. C? 2. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? By the way, for anyone who's in Desktop Gang, I just want to show you what you're missing out on. C and D, and then the number 3. Three. Well, since I've spoken to her for a little bit, I know that Sofia wants to vote for D. That's a joke, I'm sorry. So what is that? D3? D1, 2, 3. And the position is... Oh, you're right. We're gonna vote for position though. Right now. Because that was actually supposed to be for color. But we're gonna take that as C3. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. This is the robot. This is the robot painting your photos, dude. Alright. Anyways. Back to regular scheduled programming. Alright, we got it. A5, baby. What a fucking time to be alive, huh, bitch? Alright, fuckers. Now we're actually gonna do it. Now we're gonna actually do position? Huh? Bitches? Huh? You thought you could subvert me, the robot? The man? The mechanical being? I got a fucking pinhead, dude. You can't push much past me, alright? Anyways, we're gonna go back to our game time. A, D through 1 through 5 picks the position that you go into. Okay, we're gonna vote for that. A. Let's go. A2. Let's go, putos and putas. We got C, B5, 4. That's 33% on each. You guys just trying to give me like free reign on coloring this shit or what? You guys are gonna try to work together? Huh? I need 4 of you bitches to like make something that I don't want to make, but I'm gonna. Oh, I thought this was America. No, dude. This is fucking this is 1972 Iran. How about that? Okay? So you better pick what you think you fucking want, or else you're gonna get suppressed. Yeah, so if the bot finds that it's gonna have equal votes like that, it's gonna say no. So we're gonna start another one. So far we have C, C2. I like that. C4. I guess I get to pick between C2 and C4. C2. Alright, so C2 is our position. Let's pick our color. We're going to pick our color now to the color grid. Same rules. Apply. Left side. Left side. Left side of the board. Left side of the board. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We only have one vote, guys. By the way, we got all your votes that round. That's supposed to vote. We have an A1 and an A1. We're all with Pop Ross. Listen, folks, I just want you to know these are all happy accidents. I just want you guys to know that if you ever pick the playlist Cumbia Sticadelica on Spotify, this is what you'll get. I guess we got C2. I just want you guys to know that at this point I'm drunk as fuck. I'm really glad that you like the music. All right, new vote, new vote, new vote. Let's go. We're clearing it, and we're gonna start it anew. Let's go. New vote position. Let's go. Yo, we got B. We got to vote for B. We got to vote for B. Let's go. We got to vote for B. We gotta vote for B4. Who's gonna knock him out, folks? We got some more B. We got some more B. Let's go. I love it. I love to see it. Sophia, at this point, I hope you've ordered some alcohol. The closest number between 2 and oh, he got a thing. Sober as a clover. You can type your Uber Eats address into the chat and I will order you alcohol. Just cause thank you. Alright, we'll take our time. I'll go take a I'll go do my thing for a minute. I'll be back in like a little bit of time. I didn't think I was gonna have to show myself. But here I am. I just wanted you guys to know that I'm really fucked up! And I need you guys to vote. Alright? So we're gonna start a vote right now. We're voting for the position. Let's go. I need you guys to do A through D. And whatever number you want. All right, so B3. Let's go. That's the position, right? Next is gonna be motherfucking color. Let's go. You gotta vote now. Gumdrop, you gotta vote one more time. D5, if you want to vote it again, you gotta type D and 5 separately. One more time, please.
Boys and girls, attention please. Here is your group, Henry Delgado and the state. For amuse and also for you dance part.
Okay,
Very well. And then smoke the cigarette and put in way for us to win. Cáscara de plátano, mostaza, orégano, hierba buena, and volante. Cantar.
all right, Sophie, you're the rule breaker. You're the tiebreaker. If you're here, whatever you vote is it.
Let's go, baby. Come on, Cherry. Come on, Jordan. Now, please,
All right. So technically B is not part of the average, but we're gonna take that. So what was the first color? B3 and whatever. B3 and B3. Coño, let's go, dude. B. 3. B. 3. All right. Next vote for position, putas. I just want to say, any drunk robot enjoys their time drinking out of vintage glass from Shop Mall Street Collection. Let's go. Fuck. Sophia, thank you so much for showing up. I really appreciate you. Again, thank you so much. Like, we had a great show, and a bunch of people are asking us about replaying or whatever the fuck. Thank you. Alright. D. D5. Alright, what's the color? Let's get that color in, people. Wait. If you guys want to run another color, you're more than welcome to, please. So, it's position time, fuckers. You guys want to vote? You're more than welcome to. If not, that's also okay. To be honest, I shouldn't be helping voting for nothing. Alright, so the color we vote for is D3. I'm going to start a new vote. And we're going to go D3 and then whatever. B2. Alright. So the first was D3, B2. All right. Next position vote. Let's go. We're gonna finish this bitch. Alright, we got an A. We got A1. Is that gonna be the first position? A1. Alright. A1's a position. I need another color now, Bragg. A1, A2, I like it. That's actually what the whole point of the A letter is for. What's next? Buta's color. Next color. Buta's. Greg, are you on desktop? No, you're still okay. So now, sorry, Chris, you still have to vote numbers and letters. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, then just I'll do pink, but vote for the next position. I'll put a timer in the chat. All right, D5. All right. Next vote, putas. Listen, I'll have you know that I'm half colorblind. Alright? So fuck you.